Good morning, everyone tuning in from around the world. We are live with Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Week 2, which is, of course, for the V-Premium format. We're going to be your casters for today. Myself, as well as Kai and Professor A. How are you guys doing?
Hey, all good, all good.
Yeah, pretty good. Very excited. Are we all excited? You know, the sun is shining. Yes. Means we're ready, right?
That's right. It's going to be a golden experience today in the V-Premium format, and I think everyone's looking forward to seeing, how the recent restriction list impacted the format as well, as we now have finally lost Prisms from the equation. And it's been, I think, a long time coming in that sense, in terms of how powerful that deck has been for quite some time. And so we're going to watch and see who the new best decks are, and of course, who the best players are that will be crowning in the top 8 tomorrow. But it's a very exciting time. BRO had a very hype first week with Premium. We saw a lot of different decks, and here in AO we actually had 8 different decks come out on top, which was pretty crazy. I think we were the only region with like a completely 1-1-1-1-1 diverse top 8. But even across the other regions too, like pretty diverse, pretty different, decks that came out on top, and overall it was a very exciting time. Kai, would you agree?
Yeah, it'd be very, very cool to see what the ratios are this time. Maybe we'll have 8 different decks. Maybe we'll have 8 of the same decks, Anything could happen, right? But it really just comes down to the players, and I can tell you right now that it's not always just Gurgit. It's in V right now, there's a lot of decks to play, and it really also comes down to, do you want to play like a Gurgit mirror or something like that? So a lot of players don't want to do that, so they could be more enticed to play other decks that are similar in power, but just so they don't have to play their mirror matchup. So there is a lot of ideas throwing around, and also a lot of people do kind of main V as well, so they have the techs, and I'll be very, very, very interested to see what they will be jumping on. So any other thoughts, Amar?
Well, looking into the format today, I do agree. We're looking at a lot of players bringing in the stability. Yeah, Gurgit is it's pretty interesting to see in itself how they're going to be bringing all of this same deck coming in together with different spicy decks, to make the difference. And then we're coming into it as well, a lot of players are going to be bringing the standard staples for V Premium. I mean, Luart got hit. I mean, that's not minced words there. It's kind of a big hit. Bermuda Triangle got super hit.
Prism got super hit.
Prism got super hit. So, I'm expecting to see a lot of things. I'm hoping to see Dauntless. I'm hoping to see Messiah. Those kind of decks that, have been kind of overshadowed because of the power creeps from the other decks previously are now, they're getting their place to shine. You should agree here, Chris.
Absolutely. And for those of you that are also tuning in, as you saw yesterday, just now, we have the day 1 today, which is going to be on, of course, today. We're going to be playing Swiss rounds. I think we have about 8 Swiss rounds, and it's going to be best of 1. And then after those Swiss rounds, we're going to be looking at who the best players are, who are the ones at the top of the standings, top of the leaderboard, and who will be moving on to day 2, which is tomorrow, which will be a top 8, best of 1, and single elimination. So there, of course, if you lose in top 8, you're out, but you got to keep on fighting and try your best. If you make it to the top 4, then you have a shot at least playing for 3rd place, which will, of course, get you some more prizes. But we'll talk about the prizes in a little bit. Kai, let's run through what we have coming up as well for the coming weeks in August.
Yes. So this week is the V Premium week, and then tomorrow we got that day 2 going. But not next week. We have a short break until week 3. But week 3 of Vanguard, we have Standard, the one I think a lot of people have been waiting for, right? It's gonna be amazing, right? August 12th, you got to make sure you're there, and then the people who top will be there on August 13th. You can watch the best of the best fighting it out. But that's not just it, right? We also have Weiss Schwarz the week after, and that will be on August 19th, 20th, and that should be very, very cool. If you are a big fan of Weiss Schwarz, you will definitely be playing that, I hope. And if you just want to watch anime fight it out, hey, that's perfect. That's perfect, right? So be sure to be there on week 4. That'll be the last week of BRO 2022. But what are the players fighting for this week, Amar?
Ooh, I love getting into this. The prizes that we're expecting, we're hoping to get it rolled out here, yeah. So top 4, obviously, yeah. On 4th place, you'll be getting that super certificate that you can show off to your friends. I'm the cool guy with the certificate getting top 4 in BRO right here. 3rd place, you'll be getting the winner PR card, just one winner PR card. You're looking at a Think Saver Dragon there. I'm loving it. 1 booster display and a certificate. 2nd place gets you 2 winner PR card, 1 booster display and another certificate. But finally, the grand prize of it all, you're getting 4 of that Think Saver Dragon, 1 booster display and a certificate to showcase that you are the best in V-Premium in the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. But anyway,
Yes.
A lot of things that we're expecting here, yeah. And I'm super excited to be with you guys right now. And going over to you, Chris. What are your thoughts?
I mean,
What do we have?
it's looking like a hype tournament. We have a lot of different things coming into the event as well, and of course a lot of different diverse decks. We had to look through in the morning of the things the players are bringing, and it's definitely kind of all over the place right now in terms of like what players are bringing, because we have some clans that are pretty well represented, like Gold and Bermuda, and of course quite a few like safe picks. We got Shadows, we have Grand Blue that you can also rely on pretty consistently, but then there's some people that just like have been playing their certain spice in V-Premium that they really want to show off, especially on the big stage, and getting to show it off on stream is one way to do that. And we're looking to have a pretty interesting round 1 here for you dear viewers, as we actually are going to have a matchup between 2 players, one of them being a pretty unique one in that it is going to be a Himiko Regalia list, but it does not actually run Himiko Reverse because it is a Himiko Yggdrasil list. So that's going to be very, very exciting. But I think we can actually get into it and talk about the decks as we actually go through the action. So we're going to say bye to Amar for just a little bit as we get into our first match here, which is going to be between Himiko Regalia as well as a very specific Nova Grappler deck, which is Riser Heroes. What do you think about Riser Heroes, Kai?
I don't. It's very unexpected.
Right?
Would you put it like that? Very unexpected. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? A lot of these decks are just gonna be tailored to beating the matchup, which is basically Gurgit, right? And if Riser Hero works, and I'm assuming just on what Nova Grappler can do, it can go pretty hard, right? So if it works, why not? That's the real question. Yeah.
Yes. So I think for a lot of players, it's going to be something to get adjusted to in this sense. But I've heard talkings of this deck in the past where it runs 12 draws, it runs Shout to find resources and whatnot, and then you basically run the Riser package. I'm trying to remember because somebody whispered in my ear about this deck like a long time ago, and they were saying like, yeah, this is the new spice, this is it, this will break the meta in half. And then it hasn't really done that just yet, so I'm looking to see if that's going to be the case today, if we'll truly have the meta broken or not.
I mean, I remember way back when Melody was a thing, and this was one of the counters to Melody, right? The hero deck way back then. Now what you're doing is like having a hero engine, but it seems like you're just putting the Riser there because it's just better than the old hero things. So
yes.
I'm quite interested to see how this actually works, to be honest. It'll be. You look at a lot of these decks and you'd be like, why? How does this win, right? But you actually have to see it in action before going, oh, this is the play style of it, this is how you're supposed to do each of the actions, and this is how I can get the win. But I'm not sure if this is going to be that tweaked out against a Himiko Regalia deck, which is this one is just straight up the old Himiko, get a bunch of triggers, put it on a restander, good times, you know? And you have the nice force numbers, right? And you have the very scary pushes. So against that kind, I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure if it's gonna be that good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it's a potent deck, but we're gonna go into the game here. Chayoung-si here is gonna be going first, riding into the Grade 3 Searcher. And I'm gonna have to see if it looks like they did find something confirming the hand. What is discardable? Rocking those. Oh, looks like no, that is a whiff, unfortunately. Or maybe choosing to not add anything there.
Yeah, and Chang going first is pretty important. Going first as V is still very, very strong. And running that Himiko build, it's just it'll be very, very very threatening, you know, on that first attack. But now we do have Heal Guardians, which can kind of save you. Really depends if Rika does have it though. And Rika is riding that Smash Masher. Drawing, getting the quick shield. No effects, fortunately, on the Vanguard Circle. It's an older card, right? But we see him develop the shout already.
Oh, we see a grade 2 and a grade 1 reveal, so the grade 2 is going to go to hand. That is how shout works. And then for those of you that are unfamiliar with Smash Masher, this is the card itself, of course, on both rear circle effects, but does offer a counter charge as well.
This is a weird issue, right? Because normally, you know, when they're a shout player, you're like, yeah, for me, I don't mind if I get soul or get hand, but usually it's bad for my opponents if they get soul, you know, because they'd rather just get hand. But for Shang-Chi, it doesn't really matter. Both of them is good. He can get cards, or he can just build the soul. And if a trigger gets put into soul, right, the Himiko can just go and just use it and wreak destruction. And Shang-Chi won't really have to work for it. You know, sometimes you have the issue where you're like, how do I put my trigger into soul, right? How does that work? Sometimes you just don't have the pieces, but this shout can kind of just do it for him, you know?
The thing is with shout in this matchup is that you are giving soul to a deck that really wants it, right?
Yes.
So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. We're gonna see the first draw pop off from Rika's side. Of course, this is a very frequent sight we're gonna see. There are 12 draws in this lineup. But going into the Gleipnir, of course, that does get to get the extra soul charge earlier in the main phase. You see the ride up into the Riser dual flare there. So of course this one is just a power up on the Vanguard Circle, and we see another shout added to hand, which is going to be also deployed. This could be. I wonder if this is trying to go for a deck out scenario, but it looks like we're going to soul charge. Because this also, to be honest, my first time seeing the hero deck in action, so very curious to see what the end game plan is for this list in particular.
Yeah, it's true. I'm kind of interested myself, because if you look through the deck, right, there isn't that many cards that also soul charge. I mean, soul blast. So you think it's like a deck out plan, but then, you know, if it's a deck out plan, wouldn't you want like four shouts? You know?
Right.
Because 3 shouts is like, yeah, if I like, it's enough, and then if I don't get it, okay, but not have you're not using that soul as much. Like, the only soul blast card here is Stylish Hustler, right?
Exactly.
So you can say it's going deck out, but is it really? You'd run things like Scarlet Bird and things like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point. We're gonna see. I mean, that's like a deck we see in Premium a lot more often than in V-Premium as well. There is an actual kind of like deck out Nova Grappler deck that does exist that abuses shout to the maximum extent. and force the opponent to just run out of deck on turn 3 even, which is pretty crazy. That's a deck that's been developed here in Japan by one of the well-known players, known for innovating in dangerous ways, let's say.
Yeah, like also when you think about like decks, right? If you're up against a Gurga deck, they actually just run way more 3s than you. Like straight up way more 3s. So if you're shouting, you're more likely gonna be soul charging, and you're like you're giving the Gurga player just more cards in their hand.
That is true. So we see the addition of an Yggdrasil here. So Chia's list is actually called, OTK Genesis in that sense. So I'm wondering to see, how consistent is that one-turn kill, especially looking at Ika's hand and how big it is, considering, of course, we've been checking draws left and right, but also just pulsing from the shout a lot.
Like, the scary thing here is like, okay, the hero deck really gets online when they start developing the girly dollies on the board, and then you get huge guardians, right? You get huge guardians. But before that, this is when you're going to be dropping a lot of cards or eating a lot of damage, and that's, I mean, Chang-Chi's got like a full field already, ready to go. Just gonna see how much the damage is gonna be, basically.
Alright. Are we gonna commit that second Yggdrasil here? Nope, it's gonna be a Cider. It looks like it's gonna be time to get into the offensive here. So of course, the Cider does have the end of battle that it boosted skill to either Soul Charge 1 and bounce it back, or Soul Charge 2. But of course, you usually want to bounce it back to hand because of the fact that you are able to then guard with it and have a very tanky shield. So it is a strong card in that sense, giving you soul no matter what. I do believe that Himiko was not used this turn for the forcing out the triggers, so we're not really going to be going for any kind of big offensive on this turn. I guess Chia just thinks that they are able to stall out that kind of aggression for a turn, and also playing around heal guards too. Gonna put the extra crit on the Yggdrasil, which is restanding. So this is a 3 crit swing coming in twice.
Yeah, that's very, very strong. And Rika's probably just gonna take the first one, get some triggers, and then hope for the best. So first check, that's a draw, which is good, but that is one of the nulls as well. Second, and then third.
Ooh, another null. And another draw.
That is... Wait, is that no... What?
Oh, I guess the trigger effect was actually used. I guess the Himiko effect was actually used, and we must have missed it. So this is actually going in for game? But I believe the 6 damage heal saved it?
Saves
I don't know how we missed the Himiko activation, but looking at the soul, I guess it did activate in that sense.
Well, he's been soul charging so much, you don't even know if the soul has changed. But yeah, that is again, that is the correct play from Chang-Chi. You recognize that your opponent is on, is just on, like, his deck. You can look at the deck and see not that much shield, and just go, right? Just really, really go now, because later on he's gonna get a lot more shield. Rika's gonna get a lot more shield, but the heal, the heal was just very, 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 very. How do you say it? Lucky on Rika's part, but you kind of.
What a way to start the tournament! Is all I could think of. Like, you wake up, roll up into AO, and you go up against Yggdrasil round 1. They stack a bunch of crits on their Yggdrasil, and then they just go ham and I am pretty sure this is a misride. Luckily, it does have an axle marker. This is the girly dolly. So if there are 5 more heroes on rearguard circles, all of your guardians get plus 10k shield. It is a good card, but we are going to have to actually overcall one of those shouts in order to have enough heroes on the board.
Oh, the effect goes off. And so now Rika is going to want to develop way more girly dollies on the board. If you can get like 2, right, including the Vanguard. So those 5k shields will now become 25k shields. And we think about it in like the context of, you know, Excel decks, right? 5k guarding for 25, that's pretty good. That's value.
So this is the Brute the Beast coming down. Brute the Beast actually gets to kind of must students search for any grade 3 in gold to rear. So this actually find more girly dollies. I'm going to retract my statement. I don't think this was a misride. I think we are just going to be trying to out-tank the rest of this game with that handful of draws.
Yep. So it'd be very interesting to see how this works. Because the perfect guards are gone. So I think right now we saw 2 disappear in the damage zone for Rika.
Yeah.
I think there might be one more that's disappeared, but there's basically speaking, there's not that many perfect guards. So Rika's gonna have to rely on that hand to tank everything. But if we want to talk about, you know, tanking like Guardian power and just tanking the attacks, this deck is now kind of suited to do that. And
I'm surprised this isn't being called behind Vanguard. I kind of assumed you would want to just like put this down to where it's kind of untouchable in a matchup, especially like this, where it's harder for them to disrupt the field. But of course, you have to field your hero rear guards, which we're still severely lacking on Rika's side.
Yeah, so 5 or more, and that means, you know, some has to stay up front. I think just from the cards in Rika's hand, he's basically going to be guarding everything anyway. So there is no, regardless where he is, he's gonna need to guard a hero that's at the front somewhere, and it might as well be a 12k.
That is true. Here we see the Rolling Extender. This is a interesting card that is a 13k booster, but it cannot attack rears and cannot boost units that are attacking rears. So it exclusively can only go face, is what is written on this card.
Yeah, and there we go. We have... Is that the 4th Girly Dolly?
That is the 4th Girly Dolly, I believe. So we have a board full of heroes. So we have 6 rear guards in total. So
wow,
we actually have plus 40k shield to everything.
So here's a weird question. How does this deck deal against board wipe decks?
I'm assuming it doesn't deal with them very well, and luckily that isn't... I feel like there's not that much in the meta that board wipes to that extent, because like the Cross is kind of busy restanding, and Blademaster isn't really the most played. I suppose some of the recent Kagero cards that are teched into other Kagero decks might be a problem.
Like, I think this is kind of interesting because so now Rika can trigger draws, but even like that's another perfect guard. Wow, we're seeing a lot of perfect
finally
guards. So I think the funny thing is, right, this deck now is online. It's ready to go. It's ready to defend. And against something like a Gold Paladin matchup, that sounds great, right? You know, you're one card guarding everything. But you know, when I think about that kind of matchup, doesn't Gold Paladin also get a lot of attacks? So they can throw a bunch of small attacks at your heroes and be very, very annoying, right? It's
True.
Actually this deck now that it's set up, it's pretty good against, I think, Chang-Chi's deck right now, because Kimaku maximum gets like 5 attacks, right? And what it relies on is like 5 big attacks. But you know, 5 attacks is basically like 5 cards. For
Rika's deck right now, it basically is 5 cards. And like Stylish Hustler, it's like, oh, you pop my Girly Dolly, well, let me just get it back for next turn then. Can also rewrite it if necessary, and then get another Axel if you need to do that. That's honestly, it's a very interesting build. I am very much watching this with my eyes peeled, just learning about this brand new spice.
Yeah, I think for the Stylish Hustler, it only works when it gets retired by an effect. So from an attack though, I think it's fine.
It does not pop, no.
Yeah, but for those retire decks, then it works pretty well. But in a way, right? I guess that's why you have the soul, right? You've been soul charging the whole game. And then when your other stuff gets retired by an ability, you can just Soul Blast it and bounce that Girly Dolly back into hand. And in a way, though, in a way, your like guarding turn for that turn will be weaker. But then your next turn you can drop it down and then hope your opponent doesn't have any more retiring effects, right?
Yep.
So theoretically, like if you look at Stylish Hustler, it's also not once per turn. It's like whenever something is retired, so you can just keep on Soul Blasting. So the idea seems simple, but it seems kind of interesting. Something that you could rock up to like a locals and like troll some of your friends with.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's kind of. I feel like that's part of the reason to bring the deck to BRO too. Is like, oh, check out this cool new thing that you probably have never even heard of.
Yeah,
you watch, you sit on Twitter, you sit on social media, everyone's just talking about Gurgit, sunshine, golden this, golden that, and then you pull up and there's Girly Dolly. It's like, hold up, that's not Gurgit.
Yeah. So let's look at this. Let's look at this action. All right, here's Rika's play, which is likely just throw something down.
Just put a draw trigger down. It's 45k shield. Like,
yeah, no.
I want to see it. I just want to see it.
Here,
it's still gonna PG.
He doesn't have to discard though for it. Technically it's 40k, right?
Yeah, true. It is 40k. We're gonna just put a PG down as 40k shield. That's crazy. That's crazy. Not gonna discard for it. Put the crits on the Yggdrasil.
Wow.
All right. We see that's a heal, I think, as well. So double effect on Yggdrasil here. Gonna use the Cider real quick as well. I feel like Chia's also running low on
deck
here. Empty Soul now with 2 cards.
Yeah, Shout has been shouting a lot. And
yeah, he's been shouting real loud.
Yeah, and Himiko, like Genesis decks usually soul charge by themselves as well, so I wouldn't be surprised. Like Rika,
right, here's another 45k shield, bro.
I think Rika is just like gonna kind of auto win on like
90k shield from 2 draws.
Yeah, Rika is gonna just kind of auto win here, probably by a deck out. He doesn't even have to try that hard.
Yeah, it's like what win con? My win con is defending.
Yes. Gonna throw down
another 90 shield.
That's a 100k shield, right?
Oh,
no,
true.
That's a grade 2. That's a grade 2. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's 90 still. All right, then PG for 40. That's who needs to discard for PGs. That's so 2021.
Okay, back to Rika's turn. I think Rika would just do a very, very normal turn here. Probably don't even have to play anything down. The more cards in Rika's hand, the better, right?
Yeah.
I think you just literally just swing with the Vanguard and hope for the best. And every damage that Chang-Chi takes here as well is 1 card less from the deck.
Yes, exactly. And that's kind of the point here, is like just plus just enough so that you're able to have the hand to defend. And that's what the draws are for as well. Alright. I think we're having a bit of issues on seeing Chia's side of the board. I think that is on our end though, so just give us a second to re-enable real quick. There we go.
There it is. And look at these these gods. It's 10k.
Yep, so that's gonna be the Cider.
Yep.
Sliding that into the Soul. Cider does not get any extra shield though because the Soul was a bit too small. And we get another Rearguard swing. So yeah, basically don't have to swing with Vanguard first because there's no fronts in this deck. In that sense either.
I mean, these attacks are pretty weak as well, right?
Yeah, they're honestly quite small. Yeah, this is also, of course, the one format where fronts are exclusively in Axel clans, so we're not going to be seeing them pop up in anything that is not an Axel clan.
Since I'm seeing like 25k, I think the rolling extender at least gets an extra 5k.
Yeah.
Wow. What a number.
What a number. But I mean, doesn't matter if the defense is low. I mean, if the offense is low, because the defense is sky high in this deck. Ooh.
Is that a heal?
That is a heal indeed. That will actually pop off, so that's a damage they can take. Of course, there are force 2s on this field. Gonna go to 5 and a draw check too. That's honestly not as great as you would think. I think the Hustler does slightly go down in power here.
The cool thing about this, like about BRO, is that it is open deck. So Chang-Chi might not know at the beginning, but he can look at the deck and go, there is no crits, and I don't have to guard on 4 damage. I don't have to guard the Vanguard on 4 damage as well. So,
yeah.
Very, very cool use of tournament mechanics.
Yes, that is true. It's very unique to BRO itself. If you pull up to BCS next season, of course, that'll be a different story. You cannot, ask your opponent, hey, how many crits you got?
I mean, you can. They might not tell you the correct answer.
That's right. They are not expected to answer that question for you.
Yeah, but here, Chang-Chi, he set up the crit last turn. So let's see if he's able to... He's not giving up, right? He's going to do it again. Rika might have a lot of cards in his hand, but eventually cards disappear from hands. And probably going for like a final push in a way. Unfortunately, the Force 2 is cool, giving the extra crit, letting you get that OTK potential, but because, like Himiko as well really doesn't rewrite as much, the Force 1 isn't as valuable. The Force ones would actually be pretty decent in a way in trying to get more cards out of Rika's hand. We're seeing like the Himiko, the Regalia swings, we're getting 2 cards out of Rika's hand, so pumping the power lines up a bit more across the board might be pretty cool. But yeah, here we go. I think we have the Himiko skill again.
It just feels like no matter how much you push the power lines, it's like you're still running into 40 minimum shield.
Yep.
And the deck size is catastrophically low at this point.
Yes. It's basically very, very favored for Rika, unless...
Yeah, like, Himiko's gonna recycle a crit. That is great, but unfortunately, it's not exactly gonna last very long. It's just gonna be a question of a few turns and, like, the big surprise shouts coming down and just, ripping the last couple of cards out of the deck if necessary.
So I think they're just counting the triggers. Maybe. Or maybe not. Oh. They're using an effect.
Yes, we're going to be putting back a couple more cards, trying to survive here just a little bit.
Yeah. Giving extra turns. He's at 5, can't take any more damage. If all those cards are put back and just buy Chang-Chi one more turn, it might be enough, because there also are a lot of triggers.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well, we're swinging with the Himiko here. Still only 1 Force 2 on the field. There's been no rewrites yet this game. Rika can afford to take a damage at some point, but, considering what is in that deck, I would not risk it.
That's right.
I'll just put down the 45k shield and let it chill.
He has to be careful. Like 45 brings us to like 58. So, ooh, a heal comes out.
Alright, that's somewhat big. Being able to take 1 more damage. That's also 1 card out of the deck at the same time.
And this going in.
Yeah, so this is coming in with the Repler. So this gets to almost 1, and then it gets the crit and power of a unit that got trigger effects this turn. So basically,
that's really cool.
It can copy the heal power that was gained somewhere else.
Yeah, so just copying the Yggdrasil.
Yeah,
and this is actually like kind of scary for Rika, because if you check how like the next 2 turns are gonna look, right? If there is a next turn for Chang-Chi, this is hitting big. This could be a 2-card guard, right? And then the Yggdrasil line, is that like a 4-card guard? Because it'll restand again, right?
Yep. Ooh, committing the shout. That was a surprise.
Yeah.
The spicy shout out of nowhere for game. But I have to commit it. This is a total of 55 plus 45k shield, so 100k shield casually. We're playing Dimension, please.
Yeah, but that means So if Chanchi can load up another attack next turn, it could be pretty scary for Rika in a way. Let's see how many. Two cards should be thrown away here as well for guarding, and then another 2. The fact that Rika had to throw the shout seems kind of. It seems a bit scary, or otherwise. Oh, is this just a 1-card guard? Oh wow, that changes things.
Ooh, all right. 4 cards left for Chia. Now it's gonna be a question of how will Rika go? Gonna re-ride into the Mega Flare. Don't forget that the Girly Dolly works on Rearguard Circle 2, so there's still plus 30k shield to all Guardians. But this is, a possible re-ride that we're gonna see, an extra attack, and we have an Axle Circle developing too. And I think that is a dual flare on the front row. Is that a stylish hustler? I think it's a hustler.
Yeah, unfortunately can't really see, but...
Or it might be... I'm trying to make out the blue at the bottom. It might actually be... Oh! That's a big draw! 2 cards left in deck for Chia. We're gonna keep swinging. They're gonna take it.
Yeah, that's it.
Gonna be game. Rika takes it with Riser Heroes of all decks.
He got lucky in the beginning, getting that 6 damage heal, basically saved his entire game. And unfortunately for Changchi, I think that's a wrap, right? Did you expect this at all? Hero?
No, I see people calling this like Hero Flare. Like,
Hero Flare?
Damn, that is a deck and a half. That is a deck and a half. I don't think I've heard of it. That's the thing. I've heard of it being talked about as like a spicy little deck to bring and try to beat the meta, but definitely not what I expected in that sense whatsoever. So really exciting for Rika to have 1-0 from the very beginning of the tournament, in their standings, in the record. It's especially, I feel like they got matched up against something that they in general had a better matchup against than most decks would. Of course, Himiko going first and just kind of like going in with a barrage of aggression from the Yggdrasil with the bonus crits is pretty huge, but even then, that was a very impressive first game. So I wish the best of luck to both players. Chia as well, starting off with Himiko. While it is I think we've been really focusing on the Nova Raptor deck because of how like new and fresh it is. But definitely, one loss does not mean you're out. You can definitely keep on going and run the gauntlet now. Back to back to back and winning through. And hopefully running into more meta decks that don't specifically counter you, because I feel like that was a very rough matchup for Chia.
I would love to see how that deck matches up against like Gurgit. If we saw it on stream, that'll be excellent. But we like Rika got to show off the deck and how it plays. So very, very cool. Very, very cool. I'm really
just seeing it felt special in that sense. And just seeing it felt special. I'm actually curious to see how many other Nova Raptor players we have today because of how just fresh that deck was in general. And I feel like looking at the number of Gold Paladins, it's a crazy amount of players. And also a lot of players bringing Himiko Regalia too. Only 2 Himiko reverses, but we have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Himiko Regalia. So gonna be quite a few of those. But looking at Nova Grappler, I think we only have... trying to find actually how many we have today in the tournament. We have a fair few, but this is the only Hero Flare. I guess we'll call the deck Hero Flare. It's a funny little name, but for Novas we have 2 Beast Deities, 1 Blau, 1 God Hand, 1 Riser Blau, and the 1 Hero Flare, as we'll call it from now on. So there's a lot of fresh stuff in the tournament, If you pulled up to the stream thinking, I'm gonna just be watching Gurgir mirrors all day, we got some spice for you, and there's definitely a very diverse participation rate on top of that as well.
Yeah, Streams Hero, I guess. I'm guessing that this will be the hero deck. Support it. Give it the energy if you want to see it make it all the way to top 8. But I think that was a great start. That was a great start to the day,
Yes, I feel like we had this last weekend too. First game of the on-stream was just super hype and super exciting. But with that, we are going to be preparing to get into round 2 here. So we're going to go for a short break while the games conclude and we get things sorted and prepared for round 2. So we're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere as we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the wait, but we are back with round 2. This time with Amar. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm excited to be here. I mean, you guys had an exciting first round, didn't you?
Yeah, with Heroes of all things. I was definitely surprised to see that show up on stream and take the dub on top of that as well. You know, spoilers for those that missed it. But it was a very exciting start to the round, and the funky decks don't stop there. We have lots of funky stuff. I looked through what all the players are bringing today while while we were doing in the break. And we've got some pretty interesting things. There's like a Gavril with of course, nerfed quite heavily, but still there. There's a pure Prism with none of the Rosa, also trying to deal with the nerfs. There's a Dentarian Amon that is run. And then we have a bunch of other really exciting stuff. There's Steam Maidens, even though we don't have the new support for it yet as well. Like a lot of really exciting things and a lot of different decks that we didn't really expect to see necessarily. There's like Kokaidas as well in here. We have like Polaris being proper one of the great nature players, and just like in general, a lot of spice. So we're looking to feature as much of it as possible in day 1 while we can, and then of course still sticking to the top tables. So seeing which of the spicy decks can actually have a fighting chance to make it into day 2 as well. But now we're going to be getting into a game here between Homa, so Homa and Cardfight, who is playing Hello Happy World versus Kelly Beyonce. I think that's how you pronounce it, or we'll call him Kelly to play it safe.
Kelly, yeah.
Who are playing Ange Highlander, and this is a deck that is being brought by quite a few players. So that's going to be very, very... Oh, sorry, I think the players did actually switch a little bit. Apologies. So Homan is still staying on. Hello Happy World is still going to be shown, but their opponent is a bit different. It's going to be Uta, who is playing Astral Poets. So apologies. I got some outdated information on the side there. All right, so Hello Happy World. It feels like I haven't seen... I feel like the Bang Dream decks always come up here and there. Like they'll show up and get like a top at some point, or they'll just there's like the few players that are very passionate about Bang Dream decks that will just go ham and play them at every single tournament. And Roman is definitely known for it, and I think recently also topped with this deck too in a recent V event in Springfest. So
Springfest,
gonna be excited to see Hello Happy World now on stream. And we've had some high caliber players on stream back to back. Earlier as well, a great Worlds competitor. And now we're going to continue on and see how this showdown between Roma and Uta will go down as well.
Well, looking at it, Chris, we're seeing how, we've seen over the years how Bang Dream, the number of players, they kind of dwindled down, Most of them kind of go on to the more ramped up version, which is Prism, But
yes,
hopefully,
in a sense.
in a sense, but hopefully, with Prism kind of out of the picture here, we're gonna be seeing Hello Happy World making like a surprise comeback.
Yeah, because we were talking off stream how the decks are kind of similar to Prism in what it does, because it's big power and make 5 attacks. That's superior call from a hand and whatnot. So in terms of flavor and play style, it is a little bit similar. And I think from the start, when the Bang Dream set came out, people were saying that Hello Happy World is arguably the best of the decks. For the set itself, there's quite a lot of different, they're not exactly ride lines, but archetypes, I guess, within Bang Dream. And this is, set to be one of the best ones. So I'm looking forward to seeing it perform on stream as well once the players are ready.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta be nervous right here, I mean, the tension going into with one win, but that's the thing about Swiss rounds, nothing is set in stone. You gotta, the best thing that you can do is to make sure that you win all the rounds, Yeah,
Yes.
leave no room for regret, and then this is what these two are doing right now. But Astral Poets, you know, is tried and true. That deck is as stable as it gets. You know, you're playing in the God realm right there. Yeah?
Yes, exactly. So with that, let's get into the game here that we have for you, dear viewers, between Roman and Uta. Hello Happy World versus Astral Poets.
Astral Poets
France versus Singapore.
Ooh, that's gonna be like 2-3 a.m. right now. Yeah.
Yeah, in
I'm
France
really
it is.
loving that.
It's about 4 a.m. 4.
Oh God.
23-ish. It is definitely early compared to Singapore, playing very comfortably at nice 10 a.m. right now.
Yeah, you know, hopefully that doesn't affect the attention level, yeah, for Romain. But you know, it comes with the area, yeah, of expertise here. You know what you're getting into going into the EU region right here.
Yes, exactly. All right, so we're gonna start off into the game here. We're gonna see the DK, of course, the kind of staple starter. I'm curious to see which force is gonna be chosen from Uta, because this is gonna be the first force marker that is gonna be generated, as we did find 2 of the Astral Poets. And you know, we've seen Force 2 as like the popular choice for quite some time, but I feel like the introduction of heal guards has definitely shifted some players to Force 1 in order to fight that. But we're gonna stick with Force 2 here on the
Force
side.
2, yeah.
Love to see it.
I mean, if you're going to be ramping up the force markers here, the thing about Astral Poets is that, you know, the more force one marker that you have, you know, the bigger your rears are going to be, the bigger your Vanguard is going to be. But you know, choosing to go on the offensive here for Uta, I mean, similar to the Himiko playstyle that he's going for right now, I think it's just, you know, he just wants it to end, you know, quick and early.
Yep, exactly. So there's a Michelle that was written by Homa. A very important card because this is actually a combo piece. It sets up your orders if you don't have any, bounces back to hand so you can reuse it next turn. And on top of that, the main Kogoro Grade 3 that you want to ride actually searches Michelle out. So that's another way to kind of enforce that you do have it. We see Roman actually protecting against the turn 2 swing. He doesn't want to eat that double crit from the force. And we're gonna ride into the Kaoru, which will, you know, depending on if an order has been played this turn, can soul us 2 and force out an intercept, but that's not really necessary this turn, so we're gonna be passing on that. So here, committing the Hagumi, which does actually serve as a really strong beater. It's a 20k attacker for the turn, and then you do have ways to bounce it back. In the back, we have the Grade 1 Kokoro, which basically on attack, when the attack hits or if you boost and it hits, both work. You get to look at top 2, and then reveal a Hello Happy World, and add it to hand, and then the rest goes to the bottom. So it's, you know, a card effect that we've definitely seen in other clans and nations over time, but it's a good way to just thin your deck, find pieces, find your actual Grade 3s for the reride, and also find the musics, which are the key feature of this deck. And we're going to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, I'm loving the early aggression from both sides here. Yeah, they're not giving any room for, you know, for the other player to do their combo pieces. But you're seeing 2 force marker 2, yeah, on the Vanguard right now. But I think that's pretty staple. Yeah, you want to get that Divine Realm to be up and going as fast as possible. And with it, I don't know. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see the Divine Realm coming up right now?
I mean, we're gonna have to use something to force it out first. All right, looks like we're gonna use the Susano here in order to make the 3rd force marker, and with that is actually enough setup already. So this one, sorry, not Susano, the Uranus. My bad there. So Uranus, the trial deck one, of course, can just soul blast to make a force, and then of course the Origin Deity Uranus can just call basically
a temporary realm, yeah.
Yes, so this one makes a temporary astral plane. Every other Uranus makes a permanent one.
Ooh, he is getting that 5 drive check right there, yeah?
Oh, that's the bigger the greater, the stronger.
Bigger is better.
That's right. The Valkyrian here, 70k power, 5 drives. Of course, those drives will go to the soul, which will help to reactivate the Uranus next turn to make the astral plane again.
Uta got a little bit excited there. Yeah, a little bit excited there. Yeah,
spaghetti everywhere. It happens. It happens. He got tournament nerves. Even in round 2, you know, it's always a little bit, you know.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm actually seeing Romain shaking there. Yeah? I think excitement, anxiety, fear.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also just, you know, the fact that you have to combine some crazy sleep schedule hours with playing in such a high stakes tournament too. We actually see the phenomena, so we don't see this card too. Like some players play it, some players don't. I feel like these days, but it's still a great card, getting you the extra draw at all times. And we're gonna see here the Vanguard swing, still at 0 damage for Homa. Probably gonna just take this Uranus because it's just too huge. So we're gonna see a crit come out.
Yep.
There is no force 2 on the Uranus, so that will be a extra crit there. That's 3 damage now. Power to the rear. 4th check. Into the 5th. That looks like a heal, actually.
That looks like a heal, yeah.
That'll actually proc.
Ooh, that goes 3-0.
Yep. 3 damage all in one fell swoop. Let's see it. We see a Kokoro. Then not much. No triggers there. That's actually quite unfortunate.
Kokoro, Kanon, and Kaoru in succession, yeah? No triggers there.
Gonna PG the last swing. And discarding the Smiling and Singing a Song, which is one of the song orders. Music orders, sorry.
Music orders, yeah. I mean, we're gonna see the live show shortly, yeah? But it is, I mean, the momentum is kind of going to Uta right now.
But Honan can clap back. Like, Smiling and Singing a Song is really strong because it's basically an order that allows you to, like, anything that's called out during battle gets plus 10k. So you're basically, again, we're going to keep making the Prism comparison. You're making 5 attacks, and the things that get called out during the battle phase get extra power, which, you know, we've definitely seen that in another deck in the back. And then you have the actual order itself, which can force out more attacks too. So once per turn, of course, but it's really, really good. So Kokoro here going to search for Michelle and call it out. And then Michelle, of course, has the ability that if you haven't played an order yet, you can CB1 and then either play an order from your deck or drop zone. So you can either, you know, filter, or you can just, you know, as we saw earlier, guard with one of them and then just bring it back.
Just be reusing it, yeah. I don't know. I mean, we're looking forward to the orchestra of smiles being played here. Yeah, or smiling and singing a song. Smiling and singing a song. I like that. It feels
saying
so
these
happy.
names is definitely a unique experience.
Yeah, it's a unique experience in itself.
Like, you know, you read the typical order name in Vanguard, and it's just like spiritual body condensation. You know, it's like, whoa, it's like so anime, like so,
it is
so crazy, or you know,
so angry,
like, explosion, crazy power, you know, and then you have smiling and singing as well. Like, it's such a stark comparison.
And in stark comparison as well, yeah. I mean, the effect are not all smiles. You know,
that's for sure.
Gotta hurt. It gotta hurt.
It's gonna be smiling as he unleashes the multi-tags here, but it's gonna be a different story because like the strength of the deck is that like you're swinging and you're making multi-tags, but Michelle bounces your attackers, which is like you just have to keep maintaining your soul, so you refill the hand while calling stuff out of hand, and it's just pretty good. The only thing is that it doesn't really like. This is a much more aggressive order. But because everything calls from hand, you don't actually have a way to plus right now outside of this Kokoro in the front row that actually can find more cards for you. Here we're going to find the Kanon, who bounces back to hand and soul charges, so that helps to keep using Michelle. And I hope that you, dear viewers, that maybe have never seen the deck in action are able to follow us so far.
Yep. So yeah, I
All
mean, not having that hand size kind of hurts, especially if Uta is going to the Divine Realm next turn again. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of attacks coming in from Roman right now, but yeah,
This is the Michelle bouncing back.
What about the defensive capacity? There? He's just going to take that. Oh, that is the third.
That's an important Valkyrian. That's an important Valkyrian.
Yeah.
One less turn of 5 drives to worry about.
One in the drop zone, one in the bottom deck, one in the drop zone right there, damage zone right there. Sorry, it's yeah.
It's all over the place.
It's all over the place. It's all over the place. All right. Okay, Kokoro swinging in right there. The effects proccing. Let's go.
Yeah. So this is gonna be the grade 2 Kokoro that comes off as well. So this basically, she's an extender. So you call her out, and then she calls another thing. And then earlier we saw the use of the Kanon, who put herself to hand and soul charge 1, and then you use Michelle to soul blast again.
Oh,
Heal is huge
much
here.
needed.
Going down to 2 is
Much
very
needed.
important.
Yeah, much needed right there.
All right, and another one.
Another one.
It's Heal City between Roman and Uta. You know, we found the one place that unites Singapore and France, and it's Heal City.
It's Heal City.
See a defensive on the side. That's pretty important. There's still much more attacks coming out.
So that's the thing about when you're playing Force 2, yeah, the only con right there is that your Vanguard is not swinging for like a huge deal. It's not,
it's also
it's
easy
not
to
really
heal
a
guard.
problem.
Like heal guarding is quite easy against that kind of offensive.
Yeah, that's strat. Yeah, the offensive strat.
All right, and here we see another Michelle use. So Michelle gonna bounce the grade 1. Kokoro and the grade 1 Kokoro also procced to look at top 2 and actually add something to hand. So that's a form of plussing.
The event card. Yeah, the event card being brought in. Yeah, I think we saw Worldwide Treasure just now.
Yes, so I think, let's see. I think the order that we're on is smiling and singing a song. So this is the one that does enable multi-attack. So you basically use Michelle to bounce and then pop off. Or are we in Worldwide Treasure? I'm pretty sure we're in smiling and singing a song.
Oh no,
yes, we are. So
yeah, we are.
We can plus 1, and now we can call another card. And now the Kokoro here procs again. It's not a name once per turn, so we're doing the exact same thing as earlier. The only question is, I think there's only 1 soul left for Homa.
Yeah, but this isn't a watered down version of Prism. This is like this hurts so much more. This hurts so much more.
All right, we're swinging. I think. Are we out of soul actually? Homa's putting everything into this turn, making like 7 attacks. It's crazy. All right, we have on 5. Yeah, you have 4 cards in hand, but only 1 damage.
1 damage, and
we get to plus 1 here.
Thing. He went from 0. He went from 0 hand. 0 hand.
Yeah. We found another Michelle
right there. That's gonna hurt next turn.
Yep.
All right, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Goes away, and that's the turn.
That's a pretty good turn, if you ask me.
Yeah. The Hello Happy World is, again, the smiles are all on the side of Homa right now. As it is like, damn, I just went from 0 to 5.
0 to 5, 3 to 1. Yeah, in terms of damage, I gotta be happy here.
Yep.
All right, so going into Uta's turn, like I mentioned just now, it's gonna be a bit difficult if he does not have the searcher for Valkyrian. Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty vanilla turn.
Oh well. Speak of the devil, we do have Eosanasis. So of course, Eosanasis on place count +1 and find an astral deity. So we get to find ourselves the good old friend that is Valkyrion.
Valkyrion coming in. All right, that's the thing. All right, the Divine Realm is coming back in. I like this. This is like a very anime moment, when the Latin chorus song starts playing, and then literal God just the final boss just transcending down.
Yep. So Diakobreza, as we hear Shinamon
as
scream.
we hear it.
All right, so we're gonna get the cut, and then Valkyrian has been found. Although the drives will, I think we're out of Valkyrians at this point. Or maybe there's still one left in the deck because of the one that flew to the damage zone. So another Force Marker to the Vanguard circle, sadly not to the Rearguard circle. The only way to put that there is by rewriting. And it would be nice, you know, Valkyrian is usually the attack that gets no guarded. So you try to, you know, if you have 2 crit on it, it's much stronger. Otherwise, you have to just pray to hit something good. So we're going to use Valkyrian here again to look at top 5. And finds the other copy! 2 turns back to back of 5 drive Valkyrian is pretty huge. So 7 drives this turn again is very good for Uta. That's one way to try to bounce back, especially against the 5 card hand that Homa has. It's not a lot.
If I'm Homa, I'm just gonna take that. You know, it's fine. You know, I'm at 1. We have this enemy moment going on right here. I don't mind. You know, I know myself. I'm the protagonist in this story.
Yeah.
You're the final boss. I'm supposed to beat you. That is how it's meant to be. That's how the script goes. But in itself, Astral Poet, the pressure is still there. The pressure is still there. There's a 5 drive check. You know, you can get another heal, you can get another crit. There are so many possibilities here just to have a nice setup for the next turn. This is gonna swing at base, which again.
Yeah, 13k. There's no draws in this deck either. It's literally
no threat.
Crit, 4 heals. The hand is 2 right now, so you basically get to take these drive checks to hand. And then everything off Valkyrian is going into the soul. So you're passing on a 4-card hand at 5 damage, which is a little bit yikes. To the pass. Heal comes out. That's very vital. Do we just gamble here?
France and Singapore, Hill City, connecting them. The healing bridge.
We're still there. We haven't moved. We haven't moved from Hill City.
We haven't moved at all. All right, going back to 4. That helps.
Right. Yeah. Choosing not to gamble was the correct move.
Oh, I would have all in. I saw first trigger. You know, my instinct is just gonna be, you know, all in.
The thing is, you know this Valkyrian's gonna get taken, and then it's all about how the rest of the attacks will play out. So it's 2 crit Valkyrian, 3 crit Valkyrian,
3 crit again, 3 crit, 4
crit Valkyrian. Hold up. That's the 4th check. I think we still have 1 more.
Yeah, we still have 1 more.
If he finds another crit, it's over in an instant.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is the literal.
I think they're just talking about where the powers and the crits are being distributed.
Yeah.
Is there a play where you want to just push them to 4 and then go for it? But
no.
Wait, did they give all the crits to Vanguard or not? I mean, did they give it all to the Valkyrian or not? Because otherwise,
I think it was split. Yes.
I feel like it's being split, but that would actually be lethal. That would actually be 5 damage. But I'm not sure if they did. Let's find out from the damage check. First check.
We gotta see 1,
second. 2. That's a draw. Third. That's
there's a crit.
Looks like they were split. Yeah, so
they were split. No, Uta.
It's still lethal. It's still coming in with lethal. So basically, only gave crits to make the other swing powerful. Oh my god, it's taking it.
Oh my god.
Roman does not have the hand to guard it, and Uta will take it. The final gamble.
Going to 5. I mean, that's fine. You know, going to 5, that's fine.
No, Roman is at 6.
Roman is at 6.
So Uta has won the game here.
No, you're the chosen one. You were supposed to be. You were supposed to bring all smiles.
The smiles can only go so far. The world is happy, but for Roman it's going to be a tough battle going forward, trying to continue the run with Hello Happy World. Because of course it's going to be an uphill battle.
A bit of a shame there. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there. Yeah, I think the lack of any sentinels in hand kind of made all the difference. That you just need one.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
But Astral Poets, that's the thing. You know, you kind of think it's a swing and a miss. You know, you're hoping, you know what, you're gonna heal off. Probably it's fine. But then you saw 1, 2, and then it goes on and on. It's like a very again, if it's an anime, you can kind of see the slow motion reeling very slowly. Crit, and crit.
Yeah, it's that slow and steady pain settling in, but it's also, we were saying, both players were healing left and right, staying on 0 damage and stuff, but with Valkyrian, like, it's that easy. It's like you play 12 crit, and you basically just have to, kind of like gamble in that sense on hitting the, enough offensives to actually win the match there. And, hello, Happy World, I think we got to see a really nice grade 3 turn, a very beautiful turn play out with like the combos and the list itself. Unfortunately, today we cannot show the lists on stream due to a bit of an issue, but you can still use the chat bot on Twitch if you're watching live to confirm all of the decks themselves by just writing _deck list, and you will have the bot reply to you with the deck list themselves. So you can definitely see, it's pretty strong. Homan gave it a great attempt, and we got to see what the deck is made of. But unfortunately, with Astral Poets, it's the kind of deck where once it's live, it stays live usually for the whole game until like you're out of Valkyrians or something. But even then, the Valkyrians get recycled as well, and you have to wait to search them too. And like, this deck has been basically a top meta contender since basically EOS Anesthesia came out, I want to say. I feel like it was already a top meta contender from the Origin Deity release, but EOS Anesthesia gave it that extra bit of consistency that has kept the deck on top ever since then, and it's just been rampaging and like just being so strong throughout the BSF season, now in the BRO season, and I feel like it's going to continue to be really good also in the BCS season coming up, which is basically just starting in a month's time. Like, it's already August in 2 days, by the way, in case you guys haven't realized that.
But in any case, don't go anywhere, guys. We still have a lot of awesome matches, exciting matches waiting for you guys right here. Don't go anywhere. We're going for a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, see you soon.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Another great day of V-Premium, and we just saw some 2 great games just then. Amar, you were there for the show. What did you think of that last game?
Like I said, it's an anime battle, kind. It was like, final boss descending right there, and then finally, unfortunately, the hero did not win in that final boss fight.
we literally went from Heal City to Crit City, right? But let's kind of take a look at who is at the top of the scoreboards right now and see who is at that 2-0 stage. Who's dominating? Let's take a look. First place, we got the Hikawa Skies, with then Dark, the GC player, Bailey K, Kazuo Aizawa, Sabrier, Matoshi, Man Long, and the Dragon King. This is the 8th place. Let's flip it over. Amar, tell us who is from 9th to 16th.
Well, they're still pretty in a sweet spot right here. Ian at number 9, and we got Lister Lord, Golden Emu, Beefy Macwat now, NDG Kaze, WCOs, Swope, Lux, and of course GH Legend 8. These individuals are in this sweet safe spot right now. At 2.
That's right. It's early, right? There's still a lot more rounds to go, like probably 6. But if you're 2-0 right now, you're in a pretty good spot. But we got a very, very cool game up for you guys to take a look. We can swap to the match and see what we are playing against. You ready? Are you ready, Ma?
Oh, excited for this.
So here, on the left, we've got Sissy Kelly Beyonce, and then on the right, we've got Snowna. Now, one thing we want to kind of say is, after Prism got hit, people kind of discount Bermuda Triangle a bit. They're like, the deck is gone. It's all going to be Gurgit time. But people forget there is a lot of little archetypes in Bermuda Triangle that is still pretty good. That kind of got overshadowed by the Prism deck and now can shine, right? Amar?
No, I mean, it's the rise of Anj. Anj is now top tier guy. Yeah, you see variants of them. You see the standard Anj build, and then you see the Highlander build, and even a little bit of Prism Anj. Yeah, try to keep the streak alive.
A lot of things, but then on the right we have Stoner with a Link Joker build. And Link Joker builds quite popular. There are some different builds to go on. The most popular one probably is like the Messiah build, where it can just kind of high roll and then just destroy their opponents. Other ones that have been popping up more is just the like Chaos mixes, just to kind of counter, you know, all the excels. But here, Snow is sticking to a pure Messiah list. What do you think, Amar?
I mean, seeing it from the Malaysian scene in itself, yeah, after the hit from Luard and then going into the Prism hit as well, we saw a rise in the number of players playing Messiah. Even the recent VMC tournament that we had here, yeah, we saw a Messiah topping #1 actually, won the grand prize, yeah.
So, you know, Chaos Messiah thing, the Snowder sticking to just the pure Messiah build, just sticking to that pure high roll. Very important to see who goes first here. And it looks like it's gonna be Snowder going first. And riding, that's not the super high roll card.
Yeah, it's the manipulator of the void, right?
But we like the ideal ride we want is Lagrangiard, but you know, not getting great stock is still pretty good. But then Kelly Beyonce on the left playing the Anj Highlander build, which is similar to like the Prism Highlander build, except you take out the Prism stuff, put in the Anj stuff. And it's pretty much good to go. Spiata coming down. Nothing really special so far, right? Probably just going to be... See what else? The Sedna comes down. Very cool.
All right. Trying to get the components as fast as possible, yeah?
That's right.
But that's the thing. For Snowna right there, that ride actually matters, yeah? Because we're seeing a lot of... Messiahs actually high rolling and getting down Volko God in the first turn. It's so not getting that, I think it kind of affects the gameplay after a while, because you don't want the Highlander to get rolling. You know, it's gonna steamroll you, and then it's just too high, too high, too big, and then too Oh, you're seeing a defensive there, but I think it's just gonna be a whiff.
Yeah, interesting. Kelly just puts down the Sedna, doesn't follow up with anything, not going super aggressive, just playing it slow, which kind of gives some breathing room for at least Snowna. Doesn't have to go super high roll in a way. Can take its time as well. So,
all right. Gusto going into effect right here. Yeah, so there is that Volko God. Yeah, that's the Volko God.
That is the scary thing. Snowna now sets up for the next turn with the Volko. And this will just basically be coming down. Big damage. Big damage. Very likely. And since this is more a pure Messiah build, we will most likely see a kind of a Force 2 development.
Force 2 development, yeah, Force 2. I mean, why not? You put it on the Volko God lane, and then, attack, lock it, and then you go back into the Messiah, unlock it, and then you can, it swings twice. Double dip. I like that.
Casina being ridden on Kelly's side. This is actually very, very important, because Casina is very strong. It only has a Vanguard effect, but when you get that Vanguard effect off, it is good times. You get so many, you get free cards, and a free soul. No, not a free soul, but you just get a free card.
You just get a free board. Yeah, you just get a free board. Yeah, the L formation.
Relenka already coming down as well, right? Is he going to turn that L formation to the U formation?
He's going to the reverse U. Yeah, the U formation. I mean, you gotta go for that. You saw the Volko God coming down. Kelly knows we gotta go on the offensive right now.
This Relenka does have an on-hit effect. Very kind of annoying, because once this Relenka gets going, you have multi-attacks coming from that Relenka. But then Snowna be able to ditch some very, very important cards for the next turn. An Anj gets revealed, 1 damage comes out, and...
Nothing there. And this is gonna hit,
the Lees a lot.
because you can see from the way that Snona guarded during the first attack, yeah, so it means that they do not have any triggers in hand to actually utilize to use a shield.
That is not the case. Not exactly the case, because we're going to see Alter Ego come down, right? And you know, Alter Ego's pretty massive card, but what he can do is Alter Ego can call 2 cards out from the drop zone as locked units. And those 2 cards that Snona put into the drop zone last turn will allow him, to get value, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Van Manan, right, which lets you draw when unlocked. But the other one, the Burst Monk, the reason why Snona probably took that last attack, right, is Snona might be able to get a restand going on his Vanguard if we look at this. This Burst Monk card.
The combo is coming out, yeah.
when it gets unlocked, right? If you
reveal top card, yeah.
That's right. And if it's a grade 3, you can restand your Vanguard, basically. You need a CB for it, you need to discard 2 cards for it, but when Alter Ego restands, lots of value happens, big damage. That is basically how you just auto-win matchups. And we will see here this Volko swing in 30k with a double crit because of the Force 2. And this Volko will also just lock himself and give the Vanguard a plus 10k. So there's a lot of threats coming. Even a heal guard here on Kelly's side is not going to be exactly the easiest to guard. So this is a full guard.
Negative shield. Yeah, no, -2 shield, right? Oh no, plus 10 key to
plus
Vanguard.
10,
wow.
plus 10. But this is still hitting. This is a 23, unlocking the whole board. Everything that's unlocked gets 10k. Does he take the draw or the reveal first? This is the age-long question. He's going for the reveal. Boom. That is a crit. Quite unlucky, but now able to draw from the grade 1 as well. And looks like no high rolling this turn.
No high rolling.
Intercept for one to pass. Wow. And nothing comes out. So took that risk. Very, very happy it paid off in a way. And then this last attack has no crit, but it's like 38.
38.
38.
20k shield. I mean, I think Snona is actually thinking about
damage deny?
The turn. Yeah, damage deny, but no.
No, wait, the Volko can still hit.
Yeah, the Volko can still hit. I mean, that's gotta be a waste, right? If you're not gonna be hitting anything down, come on.
Yeah. So this Volko taking this damage, 2 damage, a heal comes down.
Not going to be able to heal though.
So this one is only 38, so this is like a 10k shield, which is a bit easier to guard here. So let's see if Kelly can.
I think, of course, yeah. Just I saw this, this plus power or something. But I know this is a matchup where you'd love to see that restanding, the gacha system proccing. But it doesn't often happen. But we kind of wish it did.
Okay, so this matchup is actually very, very annoying for Snona because if you read Anj, right, if the players take a look at Anj can bounce things back to hand, but it's not just limited to bouncing your own card to hand as well. It can bounce your opponent's cards to hand, and you can bounce the Volko and make very, very annoying situations for your opponent.
And Volko say bye-bye.
Yeah, it's very hard to develop that Volko once it's bounced back to your hand. You're gonna have to somehow like get it back into your bin to call it out again. And then you need to use your Lagrange range to like unlock it immediately, or it's not like infinite value. Otherwise, you need like a Gastoral to like call it out after it's like attacked, but then you need the CB1 for it, and it's just very annoying. But yeah, the Anj basically can get the bounce on that Volko to kind of really limit all of Snona's big plays. And then now Kelly is in that situation where you get the Katirs, you start just getting cards you need.
Rolling.
Yeah, you start rolling. Relenka's getting online as well, because you're going to bounce Relenka and you can search another Relenka, and then if you have enough Relenkas, you get that restand attack. So this is where the Highland energy really starts going. The Betty comes out as well. If Betty gets like a Pearl Sister, for example, here, life's good. But there is a Relenka in that. There is a Relenka there. So if Kelly didn't have a Relenka, right, it is time to restand, right? And it looks like
it's Relenka time.
It's Relenka, yeah. Relenka up.
Time. Relenka up.
Relenka-ing, right?
Relenka, yeah, I like that one better. Relenka.
Yeah. We have a full field though on Kelly's side here though that will basically just all go to hands and make that hand inflated. And the cool thing about the Relenka is that when you attack with it, you have to discard 2 Relenkas and you draw 2. So you're kind of trading like Relenkas for better guard value.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's the way to go right here, but then your Anj hasn't been procced yet.
I mean, like, when you think about this deck, when we talk about the Anj deck right now, it seems really, really cool. And you think, wow, but Prism was better.
But Prism was better, but come on, I think this is as menacing, yeah? It's just as menacing.
So the one annoying thing about the Anj deck though is that you bounce so many cards, your hand becomes massive. Right? Already going for the restand here. That's actually very interesting.
Yeah.
Normally you do it after the Anj attacks because then you can get like the double value from the 2 force. But the Relenka already going in is quite interesting. You can probably search for like a Tyria, I guess. And then Snowder discarding more guard here. And then the second attack in. The Relenka does have an on hit. The on hit will be able to grab a Relenka from the deck or the drop zone. But yeah, one of the things that... Yeah, one of the things I want to say about the Anj deck is that it does get a huge amount of hands because it bounces basically everything. But a lot of those cards are fake cards because they're not triggers, right? They're fake defensive. Yeah. So we're gonna see the bounce. We're gonna see if he actually is the Volker going away.
The Volker's going away.
There it. Ooh, yes, correct. Very correct plays. And the Anj is swinging in, gets the force marker, right? And then searching for the. Should be able to search for a card as well from the deck.
What could it be? What could it be?
Yeah, the one difference between the Anj and like Vert, for example, Vert can bounce like the triggers. So something when the Leeslot calls to trigger, you get like a lot of value from that. But with Anj, you kind of can't. So your hand is like basically non-triggers.
Non-triggers, yeah. It's still fine. I mean, you're getting that empty feel. You know, you get that good feeling that your Vanguard is slowly, menacingly calling out all the necessary units on the field. Everything else in hand, I'm just gonna scare you. I'm gonna show you a fan. And then you gotta assume how many guard points do I have.
So Kelly calling out the Tyria here, actually very, very aggressive. So if Anj just gets like 1 critical, for example, we're already going for lethal range. Very, very strong. We're getting like 6 attacks, right? From this one turn?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6.
This Anj hitting 23 currently. First check is a crit. Ooh.
Okay. So it's still in the little zone right here. There's a draw trigger right there.
They're going to push to 5, and this Tyria is gonna be able to restand with just double dipping on that force power, and this is very, very big.
Very big, very lethal. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be forced to guard here as well, and this Tyria bring it up. Very strong, very scary.
No other choice. Yeah, the null coming out right there. And I think, Volker got. I mean, that's fine. Next turn still coming out, no problem.
Yeah, this is a 43k swing. Snowden's on like 23 though. Actually, just takes it. Whoa!
Takes it.
Whoa! And that was a quick game. Wow.
Talking about fake hands, you know what? Oh yeah, Snowden's having that as well.
Yeah. Okay, that went. What? That was 4 cards, 2 harmonics, 1 Alter Ego, and 1 Volko. Ooh.
Yeah, so it was lethal.
Very, very scary. That is the power of that Anj deck right now.
That was
just you basically just you thin your deck with a Katir, right? You can get a few bounces going as well. And then you search, you can just straight up, right? You get that Relenka going, bam, 2 attacks. The other side, another attack. And then the Vanguard's swinging in, right? What do? Do you guard the Vanguard? Vanguard's actually like one of the weaker columns when you think about it. That's only like 23. But then the side, that Tyria, sometimes unexpected, bam, bam, getting that double dipping from that force marker. Even when you can guard all that, it only scales like more out of control. Because next turn, if you ride like another Anj, guess what happens? 2 more force markers on that one side, double dipping on 4 force markers. And like if you think about that turn, that was double dipping on like 6 forces, right? It's like first time you get 2 attacks on the 1 force, and the next time you get 2 attacks on 2 force. That's like a lot of value when you think about it.
No, the thing that still got me reeling is the fact that was the first Anj ride. I mean, that's the first grade 3 ride, isn't it? I mean, who cares about the ability when it goes into the late game, when you're going to be re-riding and then you're going to be having like all the force markers and whatnot. You know what? I had other plans. We're just gonna end this right here, right now.
That's right. Like that grade 3 turn technically is like the weakest. Well, not the weakest. It is just the prelude to the rest of the turns, right? Yeah, because you think about what happens next, right? Is that your deck continually gets more compressed because of the courtier, right? Your courtier spam gets to do more, gets to grab more of the important cards out of the deck. Pearl Sisters at some point can come down, make huge columns, make very, very big high roll kind of attacks. And then the force markers just start scaling out of control. The more amount of like restands you can do, it's just really, really strong. And that like being able to just like destroy someone that quickly as well is it's possible. It's definitely possible. And just it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Sometimes just games go like that. Technically speaking, the Link Joker play had a big kind of push turn just then. Didn't hit the high roll, but even if he did, I think it would be still kind of a bit of a stretch, and it just give the Anj deck a lot more CB to work with. But just they planned out their CB quite well, but just swinging more to the Anj side. What do you think, Amar? Any thoughts?
No, that's the thing. I'm getting to be a bit speechless right now because of how fast the game went. Both are high-powered, and then we haven't even seen harmonics coming out. I mean, what?
I know, right? I know. The games just go really quickly, and isn't that insane? We haven't seen a Gurgit deck yet at all.
Oh, right? No, yeah. But definitely, as the game proceeds to other matches, the further we go in, I can honestly bet my life saving that we're gonna be seeing Gurgits in the top.
I have to say, the Gurgit decks are probably one of the slower decks when you compare to what we've seen so far, right? Like we have the Himiko deck, we had the Anj deck, right?
The
Technically,
deck.
This is supposed to be slower decks, but I think we got another game lined up, to be honest, and it might be a similar game. We might see more of this Anj Highlander build, or just a straight up Highlander build.
I mean,
which one do you want to see? Do you want to see Highlander, pure Anj, pure Highlander, or the mix?
I want to see the pure Highlander. You know what? Give me the purest form of simple deck searching. You know what? I'm gonna give you one piece on each card, and then give me that special. Give me that spicy tech that you put in your specific pure Highlander build. What makes yours different than the rest?
Yeah, I think this is kind of interesting as well in that I think most of the I have a feeling that a lot of the Highlander / Bermuda builds will be mostly from the AO region. I'd be very interested to see how like the EU and the NA regions are, but let's jump into this game. We got Hakase on the right, and then got Dark, the GC player, on the left, and this is a
Yasui.
Ooh, we got a Yasui. We can hide the tier a bit now because it's on the right side, but let's take a look at the damage counts. We've got Hakase with the Anj Highlander as well. Kind of similar builds, but the damage wise, actually I think Hakase is on
3. Yeah, 4 to 3. You know.
Yes.
I like this matchup. You know what? We're talking about the high ramp and the multiple attack that the Highlander can bring. Yeah, I mean we often see Yasui getting overshadowed by the multi-attack decks from Force, from Force decks recently. But it's still there. I mean, it's still a top contender, isn't it? It's where you have the multi-attacks, and you know what? I'm gonna be spamming all the Excel circles, and then you know what? You just gotta give me that annoying 5 shield, 5k shield, 5k shield
Yeah, the Yasue when it goes off is just very scary. It's like the turn it goes grade 3, it can just start punishing you really heavily. The thing is, like, the heal guardians kind of help out a lot against that kind of very early aggression now, but against like a deck that just doesn't draw it, or against like a deck where you just want to still go really aggressive, like let's say against a Gurgut, this is a deck that will just go very well. Other decks like Astropod as well, where you know they're just saving up their big push, but they run a very unbalanced kind of deck ratio, also very strong. But it looks like Hakase's turn here, and Hakase also does Mark, very strong player. Won Premium last BRO in NA, and also carried me through Springfest. So I can tell you, he's really good at playing Bermuda. And I think recently he picked this deck up as well, just because he wasn't sure what to play. But let's see.
Wasn't sure what to play, and yet here he is, stomping on the stomping ground. On the second Ange rewrite, so we're gonna see like a 4 force attack soonish. So it will be interesting to see how how that develops. Kutir again coming out to gonna declare something, and then we're gonna see more deck thinning, right? Yeah. Oh my God, that's his hand size. I just realized that's half a deck.
Well, it's deceptively big. But again, remember the fake hands that we're talking about.
The fake hands, yeah.
Yes. And they're gonna do the reveals. Not sure what he's called. Usually they call. Looks like he called for the perfect guard. But with the deck, you have to call out like the Ange and like the Sedna, because that's usually what you run multiples of, and you just have to make sure they're gone. But getting a perfect guard means that a Hakase is ready to go, right? The deck is compressed, it's out of dupes, and maybe it's just all triggers, you know?
That's even worse. I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, like right here, Dark is in a scary position. He's at the 4 damage range. He's able to take some of the early attacks though, which is very important. Putting the Sedna behind the Vanguard, looking to get that extra power from the boost, it seems.
Oh, nothing there. That's a bit unfortunate.
I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because that just means
right.
Right.
It means the deck is compressed. My God.
Oh, if Hakase has like double Pearl Sisters, this is going to be a very devastating turn.
It means that Dark the TCG.
Here it is. Here it comes. Ooh. That one Pearl Sister as well is like massive on the triple force. So
it gets an illusionary 2-4 sparkle on itself, you know.
Yeah, so this is like a 28k. We got the double the Pearl Sisters reveal. Both sides hitting 28k, except one of them is like 58. This one should be swinging at 36 with a crit though, and this is very scary if you're Dark here, because you have to guard these 2 attacks, and they are not friendly attacks. They're casually very big. 36, 58. Casual. Yeah,
and then Anji is, you gotta take Anji, right? I mean, if you're playing as Dark, the TCG player, I like the name Dark the GC player.
Yeah, like you have to, like, looking at Dark's hand is you have to take the Anji, because that's the only thing without a crit. But because Hakase's deck is relatively compressed, if a crit just comes out, then he just has to guard everything, right? So if he guards the Anji and then a crit comes out, there's gonna be a restander that usually comes out. And that will be like, lots of damage. And,
that's a risk, yeah.
Yeah, Hakase technically does not need to, like, bounce all his cards. He can keep the booster as well. So he can bounce just the sides, and then just, like, bounce... Well, he doesn't need to bounce anything else, but... Well, the Shiryuki coming in. This is a value Shiryuki. Soul Blast 2, minus his 10k.
Minus 10k to the front row. Alright, I mean, are we going to be seeing another Shiryuki?
No more. The multiple Shiryukis would have been really good, but this makes the Ange column relatively decent. So that Ange side is only going to be like 18?
21? Yeah.
No, we get plus 10k. So actually, it doesn't make it that good. Puts back the
21,
Relenka
yeah.
actually. Goes for the draw there as well from the effect. So if we look at the orange column, that'll be 36. Now it's 26. So actually still a bit annoying to guard. This 50, this is 58.
Oh, I mean, the Shirayuki wasn't felt at all. It barely made a dent.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll be 48. Still requiring a perfect guard.
Yeah.
And then now we're
barely
gonna
made a
see
dent.
we're gonna see the orange bounce. That should be a grade 2 at the front, I think, is it? No, it's a grade 1. So how does it like bounce like the Nudo in the back?
I mean, this is still devastating in itself. You know that the deck is compressed. I mean, that's all you've been seeing. Oh, it's just gonna bounce. Yeah, bounce 3. So what's gonna come down? What's gonna come down here, guy?
I think it's definitely a bounce in the Nudo. There we go, and then probably search a Tiwa because he has 1 CB available. And then get the force marker.
Yeah.
Here it is. 4 force. Wow. Then thin the deck by 1 again. Oh, you can actually put back the Relenka actually. Ooh.
Yeah.
Because he put the Relenka back just then.
Ooh.
So a critical here will be very scary. A non-critical will still be very scary as well.
Everything's scary here.
Yeah, even if Dark can guard this, the Relenka is like still massive. Or like even if Dark doesn't die from this and gets a trigger, like the perfect scenario, the Relenka is still swinging like 53. And that's
just pre-trigger, right? This is pre-trigger zone.
Yes, and you know the thing is like Dark needs a hand to do stuff next turn as well. So if he's devoting his entire hand right here, there is not going to be much going on next turn.
I mean, I've been watching that in itself. Yeah,
it's actually going for the guard 2 to pass. Looks like he's rather confident.
He's rather confident. I mean, no. I mean, this is desperation. I smell desperation here.
He's praying for the
no other choice.
Yeah,
no other choice.
He's praying for the no crit to come out, and then he has like a perfect guard still in the hand to guard the last Relenka attack. Maybe. So 2. So first check. Ooh, a heal. Right here is pretty good to put Alta Vanguard.
Alta Vanguard, yeah. I mean, this is a non-threatening.
The deck is thin. It's compressed.
Think about it. Come on. Yep. Gotta take that.
Oh, okay. Puts it all to the rear. Okay.
Still okay.
Does the crit come out? Oh, it's a double heal.
It's a double heal. So winning in itself, Dark can actually.
But okay, that doesn't help Dark a lot. Though this is now a 73k Relenka. And when this Relenka hits as well, he can salvage a Relenka, and he's quite likely this one, at least one of them is gonna hit.
So he actually discarded a Relenka.
Yeah, you discard 2 Relenkas to restand it on attack, and then when it hits, you can salvage or search for a Relenka and add it to hand. So this one comes in, a crit trigger. That's okay.
Sort of helps. Helps.
Now on 22 versus 73.
All you need is 55k shield. Let's go.
Oh, he's putting the hand down.
Nah, that's a deck. That's like a second deck.
So Hakase on
20
cards. Hakase on 20 cards. Dark here is gonna have to. The most effective way is the PG, but I think that puts him on like 1 or 0 cards.
Well, one card.
There is the PG.
And
there is the PG. Okay.
There's a Tangan Ryudo that was bounced just now.
Yeah, so the Nudo there, but okay, he's able to get the re-ride.
Re-ride, yes.
Excel 2 comes out, gets a card, but he's not gonna be able to fill up all those Excels. That's the unfortunate reality.
We talked about illusionary hands, fake hands, This is what we call the fake field.
We have a Shiroyuki searched. So that is at least gonna be up to minus 10k on Hakase's Vanguard. Hakase go to 3.
If I have to be real here, that Shirayuki is doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's a big problem for GC player, right? Is Hakuse's on 3 damage. He's got 20 cards in hand. Meanwhile, Dark has a bit of a field. It's gonna be able to call a few more. But there is just so much hand. There is so much ways that Hakase can map this damage. And it's gonna be a very, very big long shot. Even like Hakase can pretty much just guard every single attack here. Basically speaking. Unless he can't. That'll be very, very surprising.
I will be very, very surprised if he can't. I mean, all of this pretty much at most is going to be a 5k shield each. It's not impactful at all. You know, with a 20 card hand, that means that at the very least, you know, at the very minimum, I have to say you'd have at least 50k shield.
Yeah.
At least, you know what? Worst come to worst, you know, 10 of those cards are 5k shields, and then you have the rest at grade 3s.
Yeah, the Shuriken coming down. So this on the Regas, it's minus 5k actually. So this is 8k. But again, like here's the second one. We got the double Shuriken now on 3k.
Go for lethal.
So now everything is basically at least a 10k guard. Unless it's like the grade 3 searcher, that's a 20k guard, which is a nice number to hit, but with just 3 damage again, very takeable. The only thing we really have to worry about is how many cards are left in Hakuse's deck.
That really shouldn't be a problem for Hakase, because you know after this turn is done, basically you know even a vanilla hit should be more than enough.
Yes. Bear in mind, I think Dark has 0 cards in hand, and we know Hakase has the double Pearl Sisters looted. He's ready to go next turn, probably with another Orange rewrite as well. But the cool thing about, you know, Orange as well is that she's a Force Clan. She's 3k versus like a 17k attack, right?
Again, I have to say that those double Cherokees were inconsequential.
Yeah, normally they'd be pretty good, but right now, not so much.
It's basically telling you that you know what, I'm just gonna give you some extra cards, but it's not really gonna affect me whatsoever. But you know what, props for trying.
Hakase will go for like a no pass here, 100%. There is no way you would not.
No, yeah, definitely not.
Let's see how he wants to guard this. And unfortunately for Dark here, Dark runs crits, so it can help him. Like, actually no, he runs 6 crit to front.
Yeah.
The front right now that he's so wide on his attacks, the fronts are actually not bad. It'll help him punch through some damage and then make things harder to guard. But yeah, let's take a look at what he triggers.
Front. Nope.
And nope. Unlucky.
Oh no.
So, Hakase actually that is quite surprising. Maybe they counter the crits and Dark is actually out of crits.
Or maybe you know what Hakase is saying, you know, even if you double crit, it's not gonna do anything to me.
He's just not afraid.
Just kidding. Yeah, I'm just kidding. What? All right, so we see Yasui being rewrote there. Yep, freestanding. It's not that at all. Seeing as another Shirayuki is being propped. Yeah, just. So this normally, I would say this is lethal turn. Normally, when the Yasui gets this stacked, I would say that this is pretty lethal.
Yeah. So Dark right now would want to trigger the front.
Ooh.
A bunch of attacks. So right now Hakase is like at negative 2.
negative minus 15, right? Yeah, so
yeah.
Minus 15 is negative 2. Negative 2 right now. Oh, okay. Now this hurts. Now this actually hurts. Seeing as Tenma actually gets you another 10k, that's hitting you at 22 at negative 2 is a.
And that's only regard effect only though. Only regard effect, so it's still not strong.
I mean 12 to negative 2. I mean,
yeah, it's not nice.
To pass?
It's a 1 trigger. It's a 1 trigger though.
1 trigger, yeah.
Yeah. So first check is a heal.
Oh, does that help though?
No,
Kinda?
because we know Hakase has Pearl Sisters. So going down to 4 means the first 2 attacks are going to still be massive. But now
Still gonna
let's
hurt,
see,
right?
yeah, let's see how all of these other attacks develop. They're all needing like 20k guard, I think.
At
And
the very
Hakase can
least,
just take 1 and get a trigger, for example, and that just makes everything basically super easy. In a way, this is Dark's last turn, and he's going all out. He's used all his resources.
I mean,
but-
yeah, he gotta. There's no other choice. Yeah, it's a
20k shield, there we go.
That's the confusion, yeah, from having negative power. You very
Yes,
rarely have to
yes.
count from below 0.
Takes this one. Nothing, actually.
Mhm.
These
Alright,
all
cool.
are slightly bigger.
Yeah, that's sitting at 18.
18, so... Ooh.
20k, yeah. I mean, 25k shield is
25,
more than
yeah.
enough. Yeah, 25k shield, more than enough. Another 18, yeah, you gotta have another 25 right there.
Yeah.
Oh, discarding
25s.
one of the
Oh,
pearls.
discarded the Pearl Sisters, actually. Wow, okay.
Alright, so I think Dark actually managed to hit that sweet spot, yeah, that pressure.
Yeah, but I think on Hakase's side, he's not too worried, because here he knows that Dark does not have, like, any defensive ult. So basically, he can just do anything, and Dark is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's just gonna
He
take
can't
it.
really guard. Oh, he actually
wait.
takes it! Whoa!
Wait, Hakase lost.
Oh!
Oh
So,
my goodness.
wow! Wow, Dark sneaking it in at the end.
Oh my
And-
goodness.
There we go! Able to get that final attack. All the Shiryuki's doing a lot of damage. And then, like we said, the fake hand of Anj is sometimes fake. And that's that one scenario where you have 20 cards in hand, but a lot of them just aren't cards to guard with at all.
No, props to Dark. I mean, I came in here with that mentality that this is gonna be his final attack. It's not gonna do anything. You know, I kept repeating that, but you know, he proved me wrong.
That's right.
Yahoo!
That's right. And like again, you can't just give up. Dark had a one shot, right? He made that final turn count. He knew he did not have a turn after that, and then bam, he got that win. And that is basically that 5% of games where things go really, really weird, and you're just like, oh, how do I play this? And if you play it exactly correct, you get the win. But if you play it just slightly wrong, you might not have won, right? And you have to have that mentality, that mindset to be able to try and find the correct win, like every single time. So, great game from Dark there, just showing us, Murakumo, still good.
Still alive, yeah.
That's right.
Still alive.
That's right. And we're able to sneak in 2 games there, so lots of value. So with that, we're going to go to a quick break before we come back to the next round. Okay? Stick around, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the halfway point as we reach round 4 here for the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 for the V-Premium format. Kai saw some pretty hype games last round and some pretty big upsets. The big old, what they call the Anj fake hand, like
right.
10 plus cards of just great threes and small shields, right?
That's right. I think it was like 20 cards. 20 cards, you're
Yeah.
feeling excellent, and then you lose. Right? That's what can happen. Unlike, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. It happens. You got to play it out, and Dark played it correctly. Right?
Yeah.
That's how it is. But
Went
speaking of,
went
let's
through
look
it
at
as
the
well as
scoreboard,
possible.
right? We'll look at the scoreboard and see where everyone is at. How about that, Chris?
Let's take a look, see who's actually on top. So we have Bailey K, Matoshi, Hikawa Sky, still looking great. Suo, damn, back for more after winning and topping last week. Lister Lord, Ian, Sabri, that's another name that we saw topping last time around in V-Premium.
Grand Blue,
Beefy
right?
What now?
Yeah. Then Soprova got the 960. Got Muzrax. Ooh,
Another
9th place.
familiar name.
That's right. And then we got Kelly Viance, Ashrax, Aries, Zanzuki,
Mhm.
Trunky, Dark, the GC player, actually not playing GC. And then Azure in the 16th place. But a lot more. I think there should be more 3-0s. There is. It's still early, right? It's still early. Got a few more rounds going. They still have to win at least 3 more games before they have a chance of getting into top cut. And 4 if they want to be safe. Right?
Exactly. So you want to play it safe. There's a lot of players in today's event as well, as per usual. And don't forget, if you want to join the fun, the signups for BRO Standard are live. So make sure you check it out. All the information is on the official website and also on the official Twitter. So make sure you give it a look and join the event before it's too late. You still have some time for signups, so you still have some time to, test and pick your deck and all that stuff. I'm really excited for the Standard event too. Standard's been in a really good format in my opinion, especially now after the Magnolia hit, as well as the Bastion hit. So I'm going to be very hyped to cast in 2 weeks' time when we come back. Don't forget, next week is a break week. But before we get into today's match for round 4, I do want to take us through a little bit of a deck review for the players that we're going to be watching in this round. Because actually, we have the deck review fixed for you guys. And we're going to be watching Josh playing Amon Sharod.
Yep,
all right.
Yep. Tried and true deck. It works. It's a good deck. It has a chance against the big decks in the format. It's just been very, very solid all around ever since it's got its support. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, this deck has always had this kind of like win con with Hope on Damp, and now you basically add in the Amon package to make it even better. And also Mega Rock Gigant is another really strong card that was distributed as a promo. It's going to have a reprint soon in Clan Collection. So if you're looking forward to picking it up, well, look no further than Clan Collection 5 and 6 releasing in a couple weeks' time. So
very cool.
That is Josh's list, but let's flip on over to the opposing side, which is going to be Snow Queen playing a Gold Paladin. And ooh, it's getting a little bit sunny out here. We finally have a Gurgit game on stream, the best deck in the format.
And we see this is the Gurgit deck running the 2 crits just to intimidate your opponent, because this is an open deck format. So, unfortunately, when they look at 8 fronts, they're like, I don't have to guard at 4, but with the 2 crits, you might think twice, right? It's not that simple. But otherwise, the rest of that Gurgit list is quite normal, right? Quite normal. We see the Juicefus, right? Being ran, 2 of them. This was the Singapore list that was being run for Gurgit, and we can see Snow Queen is from Singapore. So yeah, this should be a pretty interesting game. What do you think, Chris?
I'm excited to just get into it. So let's jump on in between these 2 players, Snow Queen versus Josh, Amon versus Gurgit. Let's see how it's going to play out, and of course how things are going to go down, especially with the Gurgit list. It is a bit different than what we're usually used to seeing, I would say, because of the little text of Josephus, a bit of extra spice added. And of course, it's still a pretty, it's still a tried and true Gurgit that, of course, I think a lot of people showing up to today's event and watching the stream and watching the NA and EU streams later today, we'll have to get used to seeing, especially in day 2. I think we're going to see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I think really the core of the deck, right? As long as it's the same, it just does what it needs to do. The rest of it is just the one-off utilities that you might put in if you're happy about it in some ways, and yeah. So I think it's quite good. I think it's quite good. I'll be interested to see how the DI player will combat the Gurgit. There are many different ways you can do it, and many people have tried devising different strategies, and otherwise just generally playing more aggressively, which would be quite interesting to see how he wants to do it.
But I wonder for DI, which is a deck that's very piece reliant in that sense, and like very setup reliant, how much can they sacrifice those early pieces for the sake of early defense?
I think it sounds like DI would be a very piece reliant deck, but sometimes you just have to push. I think the scary part about the DI deck is not like committing cards onto the board to attack your opponent. It is when your opponent has the opportunity to attack notch your Vanguard and keep you on no free damage that you can use the next gen, that is when it's scary for DI, because suddenly your Shah Rod has turned out, and that is basically the output that you need to be able to really push your opponent into a level where your Hope on Dumps start becoming very, very scary. Normally they're scary, right? You see a Hope on Dump, you're like, oh, I'm gonna have some trouble guarding. But if you're only at 3, you're not that fast, right? You'll take two of them. Even if you're at 4, you'll take 1 Hope on Dump, and the value of that Hope on Dump goes down. But if you're able to push them up very, very early, quickly, then you have an auto win. And now that we're in the game, let's see who goes first, because that's very, very important, right?
Yes, very vital. You see Josh, of course, rocking a very thematic setup. We have like a steel playmat, the purple sleeves. It's very DI flavored, I would say.
Yes. And then on Snow Queen's side, not that flavored, but when you're channeling the power of Elder Breath, that's a win in itself, right?
0 to 6 point anyway.
Exactly. And we got the I think if Josh gets to go, okay, Josh going first. Oh no, not going first.
No, Snow Queen's going first. It is going to be the Gold Paladin start, and we're going to be seeing the search from the very get-go. Good old Jeffrey putting in some work, getting to search for either a Paramore or a Gurgut. Gonna find the Paramore only runs 2 copies of it, but it's still nice to have that kind of security to consistently ride up and find your correct ride targets, and hopefully there is a Gurgut in Snow Queen's hand for the eventual ride up.
And we'll have to look at Josh's turn. Hitting that Paramore is pretty huge. It's literally just a free card.
Yeah.
Into the hands. But let's see, Josh. Josh, he needs to develop like a few more cards, right? Like Fugilin, you want to see come out very, very early. One of the problems of DI is that it can kind of get clunky in the soul department. If it doesn't hit those soul charging pieces, life is hard. And this Fugilin on the Vanguard circle is not exactly the best place you want to see him. Usually you want to ride something else and then place the Fu on the Regard, and just continuous value from the Fu. One of the annoying things about the Fu as well is that sometimes when you use the effect, it makes your opponent's hand better.
Yeah, we see conversion there of the Josephus.
Yeah, but sometimes though, when they have like a great hand, you can get rid of them, and that is like the win. That is the big win when you're on Fu. And Fugilin attacks and doesn't commit anything else, so it feels like this is going to be kind of like a dry soul turn. It's not going to be that I don't think we're expecting like if it was like truly explosive, we would have seen that Fu on the back row. Life is good, soul charging begins. Yeah,
100%. Now we go into Aglavale here. Gonna try to hopefully find a Dindrain that can countercharge, and then we can put down the Paramore and use that CB again to basically convert into another card. So you can definitely recycle one CB a little bit in golds. We're gonna see what there is a Dindrain. That's pretty important.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. And I mean, you thought Aglavale only has one effect to get power and make your board very nice, but Aglavale has 2 effects.
Oh, actually choosing to just play a bit more conservatively. Gets another Jeffrey, and we see a defensive crit. That sadly doesn't amount to much on Joss's side. Now we're going to see the ride up, potentially into the Ron Gillen that was drive check earlier, or we go into the Demonted, I believe that is.
And Demonted hits no triggers, so it doesn't get the draw off, which is a bit... It's not great, right? Normally you need cards as DI. You don't run that many... how you call it, the draw triggers or cards that draw. More draw means more soul charge ability, because you just get into more cards at soul charge naturally. But here we have the...
Oh, the heal's big. The heal's big.
Ooh, the heal is actually extremely big.
That's a usable heal guard for next turn too.
Yep, and it's very, very important, this matchup. And here we go. So this is what a lot of Gurgut players do, is that they go, you know what, riding Gurgut is pretty good, But you know what's better is keeping the Gurgit for a later turn in case I don't get any more Gurgits. Because in this matchup, let's say you face against DI, you know there is not that much pressure coming out from DI usually, especially when the soul is like not that good, right? And the worst case that can happen is like Josh will just soul charge a bunch somehow, like miraculously, and then do like his attacks. But then you're on 2, so you still don't need that Gurgit defensive ability immediately. So you can just kind of keep it. This just gets you like an extra, Excel circle without having to sacrifice more Gurgits. And the other thing is also, if you did ride the Gurgit here, Gurgit doesn't get its power buff effect because your opponent is not grade 3. So there's just not that much value riding into the Gurgit that early.
Yeah, and now like the other important thing that we should point out is, of course, Percival is at 1, and it is a 1 of that you want to find. So being able to go through the Sagramores, every Sagramore is a draw, and you have a lot of cards that just have a kind of like, oh yeah, I'll just, do something plus draw. This Din Drain is also like on place, soul plus 1, draw, gain a bit of power. And there's the Percival.
Like, the other way you can look at it is if you really want to dig that Percival, though, you can ride that Gurgit to just kind of dig the top 5. But if you just don't need it, right, you don't have to go for it. And now, like, Snow Queen has a great next turn going. Next turn Gurgit with 3 Excel, that is pretty much the Gurgit way, right? That's how Gurgit wins. Heal Guard comes down on Josh's side, though. Lots of value. A lot of these cards won't be hitting, right? Actually, no. Snow Queen's actually set up the board quite well. The Sagamore line's still hitting.
It's like barely hitting, yeah.
Yeah, 19. But this is the important stuff, right? Like, these small attacks. The Aglavale is still always going to be hitting, like, the 24. The only thing that's not hitting is the Percival.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, 19 in. No trigger.
He's already done his job, too.
Yeah. Aglavale sucks in the Percival. Josh might can decide to guard as a 10k shield if he wants to. Doesn't have to.
Depends how much of the pieces Josh wants to keep in hand for next turn. The soul is still pretty dry for the time being. Gonna choose to take it.
The soul is actually awful for Josh at the moment.
Blank. That's a hope on damp. One of the 2. One of the potential win cons.
And Josh going to 2 damage, not 6.
That's right.
But
that's right. Not 22 either.
And what is Josh? Josh is in a weird space. It's actually not a bad idea if he has like heal guards in his hand to just sit at 2. Because even if like Snow Queen rides the Gurgit next turn, he won't get the power buff. And there we go. Here it is. Here is the strats, right? And we get a draw off here as well. So here's the crazy thing is because this is what players were doing like years ago when Gurgit first came out. They went, how do I beat Gurgit? Well, Gurgit only gets its power buff when your opponent, when I'm at 3. Yeah. So I'm just not going to ride to grade 3 until I'm ready. And that is like and Josh here is going, if I ride to grade 3, I'm just going to get 2 to 6 next turn very, very quickly. So I'm going to stay at 2. If Snow Queen decides to ride the Gurgit, which Snow Queen does, and we have the 3 Excel Gurgit time combo, right? But normally everything will be plus 15k, right? But now they're just plus 0. So everything is low powered, very manageable, heal guardable as well, because you didn't ride to grade 3. You don't have you can still use your heal guards, and that plus 10k from the heal guard basically shuts down like a lot of attacks. Now, I'm not sure if Snow Queen actually knows this, but committing like a Wonder Rezzle right now is kind of a waste of Wonder Rezzle, though it will still proc the Din Drain and allow him to get the counter charge.
Yeah.
Allow the Gurgit multi-attack, but again, they will be very weak attacks.
Yeah, this is like defensives and heal guards are just shutting everything down, and it's definitely going to be not as powerful as it otherwise would have been, that I think Snow Queen might have expected. But it's going to be an interesting thing, because also, one of the other outs, I guess, that DI has to this kind of aggression without the big power is the Mega Rock. So, Mega Rock is also a potential defensive play. It gets the plus 10k for the whole turn. And I think we did see a Mega Rock drive checked on the last turn, if I'm not mistaken. So that's definitely a play.
It will require a lot of hand cards though, which is not great. But we do.
Isn't that all like 10 by now?
Yeah, but still like, discarding the Mega Rock in 2. Yeah, that is a lot. But we see here the Heal Guardian did come down, and that means that Snow Queen is gonna need to hit like a front to be able to like punch through on certain sides. But this Vanguard is still hitting. But bear in mind, like, you know, if Josh hits like a trigger, it just shuts down more of the turn.
Yes.
Yeah. But if, like, for any deck that wants to hit a trigger, like, Gurgit is one of the best ones to hit a trigger with. Because look at this, you thin your deck by 2, and then what comes next? Like a double front, something like that, right? That's the Gurgit way, and that will just basically make everything hit, which is what Snow Queen would really want.
Right, 2 good call targets. We have 2 ways of hitting. Actually, still below the 19k.
That's right. Needs a front to hit. The Vanguard is currently hitting. The Aglavale column is hitting as well.
Din Drain is 2, I believe, right?
No, Din Drain is 15.
Is yeah, you're 15.
Right. The Max Slash can hit if Max Slash uses the effect, but we can see there's no CB available.
Yeah.
So it can't. And yeah, the last Gorbadoc is only 18k.
Yeah, it's barely not enough.
And Josh going for the 15k shield.
Alright, do we see a front? We do see a front. That's very important. And a heal to boot, which is actually effective.
Massive. It is massive. This is why it's sometimes not good to tutor past a Gurgit, because they run fronts. And when you run a lot of fronts, I think one of the best advantage of front is not that it gives your whole front row 10k, it's you don't have to even think about putting power to Vanguard, because your Vanguard just gets power. So when you tutor past the Gurgit like this, when something like this happens, they thin their deck by 2, right? And then they rip a front on their first swing, on the first drive check, you're like, oh, not like this, right? Not like this. And the damage comes down, it is blank. Now, every single column should be hitting for at least 10k shield.
Yeah, this is where I'm, again, thinking about that Mega Rock. There's still a quick shield in Josh's hand, I think, too.
Yeah, that is a good target. But even if Josh uses the Mega Rock, right, he'll be using 1 CB.
To hold some attacks. Like, it's still, like, 2... The Aglavale, and I think it's just the Aglavale here.
Just the Aglavale. So
that would hit over a Mega Rock.
Yeah. You have to think of you're discarding 3 to stop 2 attacks, which just feels like the value is not there.
Oof. Going to 4.
Still blank. We're gonna... Number of Terror going away too. Josh is gonna need a miracle to get him out of this. Even if Josh gets like the ride, he gets the Shaft Rot ride, he gets double number of Terror, he somehow gets enough soul to like super pop off next turn and get a super combo with the double numbers. You can draw a lot of cards, but you know what breaks cards? Gurgits, right? If Snow Queen just rides another Gurgit next turn, he got 4XL, he's getting that plus 20k, and then attacks are just randomly coming out. And is that that is the 5th damage? Ooh.
Oh.
Blank City. And then this last attack needs I think just a 15k shield, right?
We're gonna drop the 20.
Actually, it's a 20.
Yeah, it's 20 because I think the Aglavale's hitting the perfect number, I think. But even then, 5-1, that's not a position you want to be in as Josh, even though you didn't ride up and that hand is huge from Snow Queen. How can Josh come back from this? Going to be going into the Amon to try to reduce that hand at least a little bit.
Amon is not something you want to go into, but if you think about it right now, it's... the thing is, it doesn't like get you enough hand, which is the issue. It does get a lot of crits, so you might be able to damage deny Snow Queen here if you're lucky. But at the same time, right, it's not like Gurgit does not have ways to countercharge. Although we did see a lot of Din Drains already be used, as long as Snow Queen has something like, you know, a Sagamore or a Wonder Ezel plus Din Drain, or like a Josephus, right? You can get a countercharge off and continue to go off, you know? So it's still not a great spot. And the second Soul Charge comes. That was a heal.
Soul Charge on the heal. Would have loved to see that offensively instead.
Yeah. I wonder how much Soul is on Snow Queen's side as well, because technically, like, although Snow Queen has been Soul Charging with the Aglavales without, like, the Foos, like, forcing Soul in as well, the amount of crits on the Amon will not be that threatening. And we definitely can see that, like, Josh will not be getting the triple crit here. Just because
the Soul's been used quite actively from the gold side, Din Drains and everything, going off.
Yeah. That's right.
Rocking him on, putting the PG into the Soul.
Hey, PG's not the worst, because in this matchup, it's not that useful, especially in this situation right now. 2 goes in. Should be 2 from Soul and 2 from Hands, yeah.
Alright, let's
at least
fill up that Soul. This does give that crit, as you said, to Amon. Potentially try to one-shot, but it's not really gonna get to that point, I think.
Yeah, like, Snow Queen should have, like, a perfect guard in their hand. Like, it shouldn't be so if Snow Queen doesn't, might be scary.
Yes. Especially with no CV, so no Gurgit skill available. That is an important way to deal with this. It looks like we're at 32k right now on the Amon.
Here it is. The Amon
swinging.
Only Twin Drive. Is that 3 crit Amon?
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing a 3 in terms of hand signs.
So first check. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Hope on damage a crit.
So that is 4 damage.
4 damage in one fell swoop, which also means that all of any defensive heal from Snow Queen will be denied, as Josh did not heal out as well. Staying on 5, which is arguably much bigger because it's going to be much harder to deal with the incoming potential 4 Axel Gurgit turn.
So that's a heal.
There's a heal, a draw, oh my god,
wow.
Triple defensive, and a pass. I don't know, Kai, I feel like Snow Queen's got this.
Yeah, I think this is Snow Queen's game to win right here. If they have another Gurgit, just ride it. Even if you don't, it's pretty much just Gurgin time, right? Just place every card out. Like, the maths just doesn't add up as well, right? Josh's hand versus the number of attacks that are going to come out from Gurgit.
Yeah, that's right. Just gurgle over this board and go crazy.
That's right. Like, if we want to do some Gurg maths right now, it's pretty much 7 plus X attacks, or should we say G? Like 7 plus G attacks. It could be anything. You know, it could be like Wonder Rezzles, just changing the numbers. This max slash as well, so we've got even more going on. Right. This is like now 8 plus like X, right?
Plus G. It's always
G.
Plus G.
That's plus G. That's right. And then
Aglavale coming down as well. It's a big beater.
Double Aglavale. That's like 2 cards that require like 2 cards to guard with. So
yeah, there's Jeffrey. This is Gurgit at its finest.
Yep.
Absolutely showing the definition of Gurgin time.
Even 1 heal probably won't save Josh here, just from the power gains that a lot of these cards are getting. But yeah, I'm afraid
Josh might need to pull up that Elder Breath playmat and just get that OT to survive this turn, because this is unfortunately not available in this format. But even a heal is not really enough. Like this, there's power. There is so many attacks that break over a defensive heal, and like even then, there's not enough hand to guard everything. So right now we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of a max slash, 8, 9 attacks this turn with the Gurgit skill included. So 9 attacks. I think that hand's like 6 or so.
Yeah, I think like here like I'm not even sure if Josh has like 2 heals in the deck, because he did use a few heal cards already.
Yeah.
Right, and then he soul charged a heal. Yeah, so 1 heal at maximum, but then everything is just going big, you know. it's not looking good. Like a four card hands. I'm sure Josh would. One of them's probably a protect as well, unless he's discarded it. But the protect is like,
yeah,
it's unfortunate.
It's just not that good in this matchup. Like I mean, at this point it's getting better because the power gain is starting to go up and up and up on the Gurgit side. But
yeah,
at this point,
protects are good against high-powered columns.
Oh,
not when they. Oh,
Mega Rock. There's still hope. Can Mega Rock save Josh? This is arguably the most important card in the matchup that could theoretically make something happen.
Okay, so he could be digging for like the Mega Rock plus a heal. Could be enough to save. Going to 32.
Alright, dishing the
Here's
protect. Alright, plus 10k. Do we have double Mega Rock for later on? That's already defensive that otherwise would not have been available. Being
That's
on
right.
5, usually
That's
you
right.
don't have access to that. But Gurgit's power gain right now is plus 15 to the front row. Another Mega Rock does... Oh my god, there's a double Mega Rock!
We got the double rock.
Double
Double
Rock's
Rock is
coming
coming
down.
out.
Get rid of the Great 3s in hand. This deck runs a lot of Great 3s too. 32k base Amon. Can barely fight.
But Gurgit going in.
Deck thinning
Look at those
too.
fronts. Look at
There's
those
so
fronts.
many fronts. Calling everything but the fronts, and there's still potential hope for Snow Queen to hit the fronts here to make these columns still hit and undo all the effort of the Mega Rock.
And these columns are actually still hitting. Right? So that Gurgit, he's like a 17, casually 32k, you know, plus 15. Amon 32. It's not looking good. Josh needs like a heal right here to kind of make his Amon 42k, and Snow Queen has to like not hit anything.
The sad thing is that even if you do survive this turn, what can you even do next turn? Like, it's not like the hand is decreased that much. It's still
not
gonna
much.
be very beefy.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, in a
battle.
way, Gurgit does have Orange Hand Syndrome, which is that, like, even though Gurgit has a lot of cards in hand, guess what? A lot of them are 3s. But let's see. Is this going to be a no-guard? This is still hitting.
But I feel like we've seen many of the Great 3s now. We've seen the Max Slashes, multiple Gurgits, all the Sagramores, the Percival. So I don't know how fake this hand really is at this point.
I mean, he had to no-guard the previous attack, which was a risk, and we saw two perfect guards disappear.
True.
So, yeah, Josh, I think Josh has to no-guard. He has to no-guard and pray for no triggers come out on Snow Queen's side, and has to pray for that heal to come out off the top to deny basically all the attacks.
We're having a really good game here on this round 4 table. Snow Queen versus Josh, the Singaporean showdown, and it looks like the gamble is coming from the front.
The front, ooh!
And the heal is not effective, but the front will be huge in making sure this still hits. No heal was found. The last of the Great 2s going to the damage zone, and Snow Queen takes it over Josh in this showdown between Gurgit and Amon.
Wow. Wow, that was, how do you say it? I don't know how to say it. That was just very, unfortunately, very one-sided.
That's a good little game. That's a good little game right there. But
kind of showed off the power of Gurgit, right? Just like, you know, it gurged up and then just went boom, boom, boom. Lots of attacks.
The Gurg going so strong, gotta put some shades on, man. It's crazy.
That's right. That was crazy. That was very. The sunlight is harsh. Yeah, the sunlight is harsh.
Don't look too close to the screen. You know, the sunlight, the radiating waves are a bit too strong compared to your average gameplay.
But I have to say, the DI player played it correctly. Like, Josh, that sit down, right? You know, you have the opportunity. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he did. But you know that turn when he could ride up to 3, he went, no, I'm staying. I'm leaning back into my seat. We're staying at grade 2, right? For one turn to get my soul going, because I don't want to lose. And that is the correct choice, right? He had a choice to ride up to 3 and just lose there, or he sits at 2 and he goes, I want to stay in this game and I'm gonna play to my out. I like that. That's a thumbs up.
Yeah. Like if they were to go first, Amon ride up would have been really good to like kind of strip resources before they go into the grade 3. And then we also saw just like excellent plays from the Gurgit side as well, like going into Sagramore early to farm hand, find the Percival early, and just overall really well played. Like that was a very clean game plan from both players. But of course, like it was basically just came down to Josh not being able to deal with the aggression, and also the fact that the front breaking through the 2 to pass. I think that also was kind of an upset on Josh's side because like,
that's right.
I was not planning to take this damage this battle, right?
That's right. I always say, you never 2 to pass the Gurgit. That's the thing. You never 2 to pass the Gurgit. So those fronts.
But what if you have to?
What if you have to? Well, you can't.
Just no guard.
You PG it. You PG it
anyway.
or you PG it, or you never 2 to pass. PG, 1 to pass or 0 to pass. That's it. That's the only option. 2 to pass, you're asking for it.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, but we're gonna be seeing much more of Gurgit throughout this weekend, that's for sure. And maybe also DI. I mean, DI is definitely not like a sleeper deck by any means. It's a deck that I think was on a lot of people's lineups during Springfest. I know quite a few teams that brought it because, of course, Hope on Dab is still a very strong finisher. Amon is a good little engine to run as well, and of course, Sharod has always been quite solid. It's just that the deck runs. I feel like it kind of goes for a lot of the current V-Premium meta decks. Like, it's just packed with grade 3s these days. Like, the quality of grade 3s has been going up and up and up. And it's like when you got like Percival, Max / Amon, like Hope on Damp. There's so many good grade 3s that you don't even care about riding. Like, just having them and seeing them in the game at some point in general is all you need. And like just joining that camp now as well. And there's just more and more and more of those kind of like heavy grade 3 decks. So
and we're gonna see more of those 20 card upsets, right?
the 20 card upsets, and we're gonna see how they're gonna be playing out and what kind of dynamic games we're gonna get to see. But there's still a few games going on, but they are we're slowly coming to the end of round 4 here. We're gonna go for a short break as we just passed the midway point of today's tournament. But don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back after this short break. See you soon. Welcome back. It is now round 5 of BRL 2022 V-Premium here in the AO region. We're here with Amar for yet another round, and it's getting intense. Amar, we're now basically 5, 6, 7, 8. We're past the halfway point, and after this round, it's like, oof, if you don't have an X1 record, it's going to be a little bit difficult to proceed into day 2, right?
Yeah. So this is the range that we can see, Chris, where people are now starting to drop out like flies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They're
absolutely.
Gone. Yeah. So now it's survival of the fittest. If you're currently going to round 5, if you're at 4, that's beautiful. It means that you've made it to the middle lane with little to I say little worry. It's not no worries just yet. Very minimal right here. But in any case, I think we got the scoreboard ready. Yeah, so let's have a look at that. Let's see who's who's on fire.
Who's in contention for the top spots right now. So we have at the first side of the bracket of the undefeated players, we have Kelly, Beyonce, Sabri going undefeated with Nyros. That's another, again, it's nice to see the repeating names from last BRO. Azur, Musrax, another name that's topped a bunch last week. Ashrax and Musrax next to each other. Then we got Suo, of course, our champion for Premium. Ikawa Sky is another name that's been popping up a lot. Commander Jaime, also undefeated right now with Thabas, actually, of all things. And Amar, let's take a look at the second page of the undefeated players and leak into the X1s, actually.
Now, we're mixing it up right here. You know what? Bailey Kane, Uji Nut, Aya, and Saya. Yeah, they're pretty safe right now. They're pretty still okay. But the 3 ones right now, you're seeing Lister Lord still hanging in there with Beefy Mac. What now? And we have Kokorin, TCG, and Ian, taking the final 2 spots right there. Now, depending on the situation and how it goes after this, this ranking isn't set in stone. It's gonna be shifting left, right, center. Not really, right? It's up and down.
Yeah. They're also going up and down here. But for the players, it's every game matters so much. Like you basically you can't really drop more than one game, and even when you drop that one game is also very vital in terms of your survival in this tournament. So we have our feature match ready, and I think it's one that people are going to be pretty excited about because we have two players that have been, showing up in the community quite a fair bit in terms of whether it's, assisting the community in terms of content, or whether it's just through doing really well at tournaments this season. So let's take a look at the decks that we're going to be watching and the players we're going to be watching in this round. Starting off with Thabas, piloted by none other than Commander Jaime. So this is a deck that, of course, has been popping up a fair bit ever since. We got two very vital support cards for Thabas, being the Pursuit Assault as well as the Adelaide. Of course, Pursuit Assault being just a very powerful card that lets you plus and set up for your Thabas itself, and also is a very strong attacker and also used in Premium itself too. And whereas Adelaide is a card that gets that nice little restand setup for an easy cost, and on top of that, gets something out of restanding too. So just a very strong boost, and a deck that is thriving in the current V-Premium meta after Prisms have been vanquished. Of course, duos are just coming up in a couple of weeks. But Amar, let's take a look at the opposing side here. That's going to be going up against Commander Jaime. It's going to be Musrax with his Revengers.
Oh my goodness. I love the Revenger builds right now with Raging Fall, yeah? I mean, making its appearance a couple of months back. This deck is as stable as it gets, yeah? We've seen players actually putting in a little bit of spice, a little bit of, some of them, they put in their own niche here, but I like Musrax's build. Musrax has always been a constant player, yeah? And you're seeing this, I have no complaints whatsoever with this build. This is as standard as it gets, yeah? This is, I hit you hard, I hit you fast. Revengers.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's basically you go into on the official Cardfight Vanguard website, you go to the card list section, you type in Revenger into the search box, you take all the cards that have Revenger written on them, put them in the deck, and then you're missing one card. It's like, I guess I'll put it in, a Danger Lunge or something.
A Danger Lunge, yeah.
It's a good low card. We can do something with this, and there you have it. That is Revengers together with Raging Fall and Raging Form Dragons. It's a very strong, and of course, very strong deck, and the deck name definitely references that, crit game lead. So I think with that, we're good to get into it. Get to take a look at this game between Commander Jaime and Musrax. Two players that are definitely no strangers to being on stream, no strangers to having the spotlight on them throughout the game's history.
I like the growth that Commander Jaime has been showcasing over the years as his name popped up and he's become a prominent member in the community, yeah. And we always see him with the signature Admiral hat, yeah, that he always has on. A beret, was it? A beret?
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, the signature with Commander Jaime has always been the Aqua Force, yeah. And I'm loving it. I'm seeing it at 4-0 right now. Wish him all the best. Musrax as well, yeah. But of course, Jaime knows this deck. Jaime knows the Aqua Force in and out, yeah? And he kind of needs this right now, seeing as how when you see Revengers and you see the Raging Form, yeah, the multi-attack is coming. But one thing about the Aqua Force that we all know is the drawing capacity, yeah? Drawing capacity that it has is insane. And of course, an area that he needs to look out for is counting the amount of Lambroses he has left. Now that's a big doozy, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you do have ways to put them back, but we see Jaime here riding into the Nikki, unfortunately whiffs the search, I believe. And then we're going to see the Rakia come out here on Musrax's side. So, of course, this is another very important part of the Revenger lineup. And also pulling down the Rinnal, which is a really strong card, being able to essentially plus any time an attack hits without actually clearing itself off the board, which is really strong. So opening this up on turn 1 is big, especially going second. You basically get to push and plus, turn over turn. And the only things that you can whiff off of this ability is if you find like 3 triggers off the top. or if you find your like one of Danger Lunge plus
Danger
trigger
Lunge,
off the top, like,
and plus trigger.
otherwise you'll always find a target. Like that's how good this card is and how consistent this deck has become ever since the Raging Fall wave as well.
And you can rinse and repeat. It's there forever, unless unless it gets shut down. But in any case, Moostrax is going to be able to to just keep on replenishing his hand size. Yeah, just slowly digging out all of the core cards. But again, we're looking at Jaime right now. Yeah, maybe going on the offensive right now. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see. The Grade 3 Searcher here, find a Heal Guard, a very important component, especially when you still have to deal with a turn 2. Of course, it's not as strong going first, because if we're going to see a Ride Up, that will change things a little bit. Although, of course, this deck can, this deck has the Ride Down shenanigans that we talk about in Premium a lot, but it can technically also do them in V-Premium as well.
Alright, again, the plus point about going first as an Excel against Force Clan is that you can actually bypass that 10k, the pesky 10k base that usually comes with the Force units. You don't have to put down any boosters, you're just swinging. And in itself, I think it's an okay turn, nothing too impactful right now. Yeah, it's just all vanilla gaming. But we have to see that once Tavas gets into play, we're gonna be seeing a lot of nasty damages coming in from Jaime's side.
Yeah, exactly. And here we have the Deadly Duo. First, we go into the Rukia, which of course will be able to do some stuff when rode upon later down the line. But we have Rukia also in the Soul from being the turn 1 ride. So the sort of ride chain in that sense is perfectly set up, which is excellent. We find the Raging Fall there as well. But on the side here, we have the column of the Dorant, as well as Clotus, which of course is, kind of, a good Deadly Duo that works together, a strong power column that also gets to find you extra cards. And on top of that, refund some of the cost that you pay for all the effects. So a good turn for Moostrax. Both players are, kind of slow turn 2s. Well, not necessarily slow, but just kind of building up resources, pushing a bit of aggro, forcing out some cards to guard with, because I think for both players, this matchup is one where you want to stay on low damage, because against Taco Force, you want to hit defensives on their turn 3s, and against Shadows, good lord, you know what's coming. You know what's coming with those Raging Forms and Raging Falls.
No.
Gotta be careful.
That's the thing. So Jaime needs to build up his resources now. The plus point of going first, he can actually shoot down Rinal, with Tavas's ability, get everything rested down, proc Adelaide's skill, and just try to dish out as much as possible. The thing about it right now is that he's sitting on one cost, just 1 damage. Not gonna be able to do a lot with that, especially when you have to decide between using Adelaide or any other units that might require that counterblast in itself. But going for the drawing gaming right now, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Just get that Lambros out eventually.
Yes, exactly. So we're seeing Nikki resting itself for the recycle. We're seeing Thavas rest the unit for the actual retire there.
Yeah, goodbye right now.
The grade 1 been sitting there for way too long.
Way too long. 2 turns is 1 turn too many.
Yeah. And now we see, of course, the Adelaide also resting herself, as well as the Coral Assault. So now we're at 4 cards in the rest state.
Alright, right now, the moment Jaime announces that battle phase, start of battle phase, there we go.
Yep.
Lovely.
There we go. The search into the Lambro.
Everything stands. The win is coming. The win is coming, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. So, of course, we have effects going off when stood. Things like Adelaide is not actually once per turn, so every time she stood by a card's ability during the battle phase, she'll get plus 5k as well. So a very strong beater, which, this deck, I feel like it has a fair bit of strong beaters. Coral Assault gets a power-up, Pursuit Assault gets a power-up, but, you want everything to be able to hit over defensives as much as possible. And right now, the deck is definitely in that shape to be doing that.
Adelaide was a very welcoming sight when it first came out. Yeah, it made the deck even more stable. Yeah, more than it should be, actually, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think people have been sitting on it. Yeah, people have been sitting on it. People have been sitting on that Tabas idea for too long, and we're gonna be seeing Jaime hopefully, with 12 crits in the deck. Yeah, and triple drive. Yeah, triple drive should not be discounted here.
Yes, that is true. We have a very offensive turn from Jaime's side.
Ooh, that's a defensive. All right. Mushrik's getting that plus 10k. That's actually not bad. All things considered, yeah. But this is still big. That Coral Assault is hitting at 32. Yeah.
So it's a big swing. Coral Assault, of course, gets itself the big boost, and then Lambros will swing in. CB1 Solbus 1, and then basically
stand the column.
Stand the column, yes, indeed. So very, very powerful. And on top of that, Baragios is also potentially powering up as soon as it boosts, because it looks at the amount of resting periods you have. It's one of the not as easy to achieve conditions of the power up, compared to something like DP, where it's like, oh, if you have a grade 3 unit, fantastic.
That's it. Fantastic. But still, sitting only at one cost, I don't think that Adelaide's going to be standing up, is it?
Yeah, for the time being.
Ooh,
we only have one
defensive. Yeah, another defensive, getting it. That I think that much needed heal trigger that swings back in Musrax's favor. You don't need a lot of cost early. You know what? You don't want to be proccing Raging Fall, this early in the game. No.
Exactly.
Let's go into Raging Fall.
Just the Lambros coming in here. And of course, it's going to be still a pretty powerful column, because of course you have the 24 from the Coral coming in with 37 with the boost included. So even with the double defensive, that's still going to be asking for some shield. Nerissa found double Nerissa. That's going to be pretty good.
And one crit.
Find a crit.
Love to see that, yeah. Resource and some dished out damages.
That's correct.
Jaime is considering this. Considering the possibility of how much it would hurt to give that 4 damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so in itself, pros and cons, you deal an early damage to the opponent, sitting comfortably at 1 damage, that's fine.
Oh my god.
Another defensive, come on!
We just keep coming up over and over again. But of course, this still barely passes through. This Coral is very big. So being able to push through 3 defensives is something that Aquaforce can do these days, and not many decks can go that hard, I think.
No, but you gotta be frustrated seeing this amount of damage coming in. You're going to 5, but Musrax, I still think it's comfortable. I still think that even if he chose to take this, it's fine.
Alright, looks like we are not hitting here.
Swinging under, yeah.
Yep, so Coral Assault will go to Soul and get the draw, and I would pass on for next turn, get the extra Axle 2 from Davis's effect, and then next turn we can just do it all over again.
And here we go, yeah. So let's see it. Let's see the Raging Form. Now, I've seen Raging Form decks actually going for the Force 2 plays, yeah, and then that's like, a bit questionable, but at the same time you can kind of see where the power spikes are. But still, you know what? You can't beat the traditional method. You know what? Let's be safe. I'm gonna be restanding. I'm gonna be re-riding. Let's just go with the first one. Just give me the big power.
Exactly. So Musak's here riding up, and of course we see the importance of not giving 4 damage to the Revenger player at any time that they would ride up into the Raging form, because every time they ride it, they can CP1 and call a
Revenger.
A grade 2 or less Revenger, that's right. If they have 4 more damage.
So yeah, it's fine. You know what? We take it slow. You know, opponents got like 3 defensive already. There's no point. There's no point in over investing. You know, just to hurt yourself. It's basically investing to hurt yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, what happened here is we rode up to the Raging form. We used the Rakia as the it is a grade 3 Revenger, and you search basically your deck for any Revenger grade 1, and you call it as a rest. So hence why the Claudius there is in rest, but it's actually great to put it in rest because you can now CP1 and chuck it into the soul, and then just draw 1, and then you countercharge for the cost of it, which is pretty good. So it's just a free soul essentially, and also gets you another cycle, which can find you more parts and pieces. I'm gonna commit the Tartu here, which again utilizes that soul that you get from Claudius as well as other cards. You find you other Revengers.
Final. Yeah, there we go.
Who would have thought?
Renal coming back.
Who would have thought?
I mean, what else, right? What else are we expecting from this?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so with that, we do have the board set up. I mean, you don't have to use the Claudius here. You can basically just swing in with the Raging form and start retiring and restanding. But of course, it does get stronger with time, and you can theoretically wait on it a little bit. So we'll see what Moosfax is going to choose to do. If they will wait until they go to 4, so that the Raging form is actually at full power, and like you can do the double restand turn with all the superior calls that you get from rewriting, or if we're going to go for just the push here, which will cost quite a bit of resources. Retiring 3 is, even in the deck that superior calls this much, it's still a little bit expensive.
A little bit expensive, but you know what? When we're thinking about it, the Account Force has capacity to retire your units as well. So why not? You know what? Why not I decide when my units get retired first?
Yeah.
Alright, so swinging with your Raging form here, no guard. We're seeing, alright, I think double blanks there. Alright, yeah, the Rukia Rakia there coming in as combos.
The duo.
The duo, yeah.
Right. Top research.
Yep, Renal proccing there.
Alright. So Rukia Rakia will be good for later on. They on top of the strong banger circle effects, they do have regular circle effects too. Being able to, of course, recycle cards and also make strong columns. We're going to go into the Raging Fall Dragon here.
Raging Fall Dragon.
Off of the Raging form, so sacking 3, and then of course, this still has a end of battle restand ability potentially too.
It's interesting to note that I'm not seeing Moosfax. Is he activating Renal's ability? There we go. Choosing to retire one of the opponent's rear guard. Yeah, I mean that's pretty huge. The thing about playing Aqua Force is that you need specific units on the board to rest it during your main phase.
Yeah, especially Adelaide. She's such a huge power card for the deck right now. You know, the new addition of the promos recently has been really supporting a lot of decks, including Victor, Sabas, even Asha, received Katrina. A lot of really good promos lately.
I would love to see more Ashas inside the tournament.
Yeah, we have a few.
Yeah, we have a few. Yeah, mixing it up with Musketeers from the looks of it.
Yep.
But Outmile though.
Ooh, crit coming down. Gonna push Commander Hammy to 4. You see a Thavas go to the damage zone. And a Pursuit Assault, another important card. So here, we cannot restand because the cost is actually CB3 for the restand. If he were to be that greedy, which again, if your opponent's on 4, it is a potential play as their hand is getting more and more reduced. But you do want to play it safe in that sense. And we're going to see the effect here going off
from the Rint, right?
Alright, so
that is
the Claudius effect, basically at the end of the turn, getting to chuck yourself into the soul. So basically, this is a nice way to use it after it's done its job on the battlefield itself.
all in all, that's a pretty plus turn for Mushrax. You see, I'm gonna retire my units first, so you're left with one. Have at it. You know what? Just take it. Take that unit.
Yeah.
Leftover revenge.
So now the hand on Mushrax's side is pretty good, but yeah, it's actually pretty damn huge. Like seeing the hand shuffle there,
it's pretty healthy.
How big that hand is. How will Commander Jaime break through that? Because I think his hand is like 3 cards or so, which means that you need to, you can rest the Nikki to recycle your Lambros, then you can rest the Adelaide and your grade 1 in the back for her own effect, and you can still technically rest something for Thavas if you want to pop the Dorant there, that is chilling in the front. It is an intercept, so worth to consider. Yeah, putting back the Lambros there, of course, number 1 target.
Goodbye, farewell. Alright. Yeah, that's one charging one.
Pursuit Assault. Amar, that's not really what you want to see.
That's not good. I don't want to see it inside the soul.
Definitely not.
That's what's supposed to be in my hand right now.
Oh, but looks like you managed to bless Commander Jaime, as there was one in the hand.
I mean, let's go. 1 is all you need. You know what? 2 is a bonus. Let's not get greedy here.
Okay, we see the rest for Thavas' effect. Get rid of the Doran.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Nerissa, that was in the hand from earlier. I think, did he guard with both Nerissas?
No. I believe
both.
There's 2. Yeah. There's another one inside his hand. There's another
Nerissa. Pursuit Assault. Draw 1. And I think there's another Nerissa still remaining that could be rested for the effect.
And the cost power is huge. That is huge, yeah?
Yeah, 23k solo attacker.
Alright, come on. Show us another Nerissa. I know you want to.
Might be fishing for a Coral Assault as well. Maybe a Coral, another Pursuit. Just making bigger lines that can actually break through this hand. We talked a lot about fake hands, but neither of these decks actually has that much of a fake hand, because you're always kind of like, you're going through your grade 3s. Like, both decks play like only 7 or 8 grade 3s and over. There's a second Nerissa.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, you do recycle 1 card per turn. I mean, and then you pretty much call it back out anyways, the Lambros, right? So you keep on replenishing your hand with really good cards, like really much needed shields. And then we're not seeing a lot of heals coming out from Jaime's side yet. So this could be it. You know what? This is the chance to stabilize the game field.
Alright, we're going to be ditching starter battle phase.
Will Assault. Yeah, ditching the Will Assault. I think that would have been good as well. Yeah.
I mean, every single card in this deck is a piece, right?
Yep.
So you gotta make the decision, right? Who's gonna get the cut?
So, am I right to say that there's absolutely no hands from Jaime's side right now? Like 0?
I think you are correct.
Yeah, 0. 0 hand gaming. Let's go.
Alright.
So the attack's coming out. So you gotta choose carefully on who to attack first. It's all about the timing there. Of course, it's Adelaide first, hitting it at 19, yeah?
So yeah, it's very strong to be retending with even bigger power.
Bigger is always better. But yeah, we saw Mushrax actually drive checking a lot of great ones this one as well.
I think that's a small attack of the turn though, because I think this is a 26 Nerissa, 23 Nerissa, and then the Pursuit Assault is very, very big. I think it's at full power if I'm not mistaken, so it's at 1932. So sadly not against the Protector Axel clan, so that is not a number that you're too happy to hear on the attacking end, but still good.
Yeah, it's still good. I mean, in itself, your soldier senior boosting back there it's a sweet 13k booster. Numbers might be a bit lax when you're fighting against force, but it's still a welcome sight. You know what? Hey, just give me that power.
Man, I'm going from premium where Pursuit Assault is like a 39k solo attacker because of ripples, and now it's like, oh, it's only 19 base. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, in V-Premium, we technically say no, we don't do that here.
Yeah.
We're still giving you a chance. We don't do that here.
Odysseus shenanigans.
I'm seeing ripples as you know what? Tabas is pretty up there as well in V-Premium. I see it's still very impressive, but yeah, Jaime needs to proc those triggers here to get into a very comfortable position. You don't want that Raging Fall to technically, decimate you and your field in the next turn. I mean, even if you do survive, without resources, that's a very lonely ship. That's one lonely ship.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed is that Commander Jaime actually plays a 3 PG 1 crit sentinel lineup of sentinels. So there's actually 9 crit in this deck. So definitely going to be trying to hit some good stuff on this offensive. And I feel like Mustax probably saw the deck list probably at the start of the game. And I was like, ooh, that's a lot of crits. I better play it safe so that, you don't get pushed to 4 and then, the Lambros just sets up 2 lethal attacks. So this way, by staying on 3 and then guarding the Vanguard, you can, even if there's a crit that goes to, let's say, like the Pursuit here, you can afford to just take it and go to 5 and then pop off. But then you run the risk of your opponent just passing and not giving you the 4 damage you want for the quote-unquote limit break.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Or, even more dangerous, getting that double crit on the Pursuit Assault. That's still 3 damage.
Yeah,
putting you in the danger zone. An actual danger zone. But yeah, no, I'm loving it. I'm loving that 9 crit. I love the pressure here. I like how Jaime is building it off.
Takes it.
Right? Takes it.
From 4.
Are we seeing double sentinels? Yeah. You know what? Just take that Adelaide.
Alright. Count +1 for Lambros' effect. It's going to be a triple drive, and of course, restanding the Pursuit Assault column. This is the strongest one of all.
5k. That's 42 right now.
That's right. And of course, you can also commit the extra CB now for the restand of Adelaide, which we didn't have last turn because Commander Jaime was only in 1 damage. So we do have 2 extra attacks still coming in here. Adelaide is currently at 19, going to be at 24 because she'll gain another 5k from restanding. So she only gets better. We're going to see the PG come down here from Musrax. Of course, this is the V timing to use it, I would say. And now it's down to the drive check. We see a Nikki. Second check.
Oh no!
That's not what you want to see in the draw.
No, definitely not.
But Dennis is also like a good early game piece. I mean, I guess in V is also a good late game piece too, but
not now. Not now. We don't want to see that.
What Commander Jaime wanted to see. But it's also a bit awkward on Jaime's side too, right?
Yeah, in a deck that's pretty compressed, so to speak, it's pretty surprising. Ooh, is he choosing to actually pushing that to 5? Pushing to 5?
Alright. Well, she also got the trigger power, so she is at 14, 24. Yeah, I think 34 right now. So that's going to be asking for 8 damage, and then the Pursuit Assault is unchanged in terms of its power. No defensive double power to the damage.
Alright, so this is it. You know what? Do you have enough to guard Musrax? Do you save that Sentinel? Did you save that Sentinel up?
So this is 19. This is 32, so ooh. It's only 32, but looks like the shield value in Musrax's hand might still be a bit of a fake hand, as we say. And there's not much left, honestly, to field for Raging Form or Raging Fall here either, so I hope that Musrax has the Raging Form in hand for the rewrite, and then now being at 4 more damage, can actually get a superior call out of it too.
Alright, no worries about this.
A lot of draws here.
A lot of draws coming in here. Let's just, hope for the best. Hope for the best during this turn.
So here we saw the draw of the Axel 2, and then the double draw of the 2 Narissas.
Raging Form Dragon. Let's go see it.
Is it in hand?
Tachiagare.
Do we got it?
Do we got it?
The nerves are sky high. The Raging Form is there. The force marker acquired. Going, of course. The Vanguard's already pretty strong. This could be a commit to the rearguard column, but I think when you're going to be trying to go for a multiple restand turn, I wonder if you want to be putting it anywhere but the Vanguard circle, but it's going to go to the rearguard circle here. And of course, now Raging Form can use this effect. You can almost want to call a grade 2 or less from the deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty smart move here, because all things considered, you already saw your opponent drive checking that Sentinel, yeah? So, you have the standing capacity, but you also have to account for the fact that, you know what, maybe he's just gonna take the first damage, yeah? He's gonna be... So, yeah, no wrongs here. He still has the Rukia-Rakia combo, that's pretty big still.
Lots of soul as well, so Rakia here can soul blast 2, and then choose a grade 2 from Revenger from the drop and just revive it in the same column. And then, of course, the Rukia will also appreciate that, getting even stronger and making a good column on the side. And then it depends on what the rest of those cards in hand are to push the final offensive.
Right. I mean, yeah, no worries. You know what? Just put the full field. Just think about it. I mean, this is it. It's either this turn, you gotta finish off Jaime during this turn, or if not, that Lambo's just gonna be hitting like a truck.
Exactly.
Ability wise, right now, I mean, okay, you know what? Some repositioning here. Just thinking. You know what? Maybe something bigger is coming out on that other lane. You know what? I mean, a minor error there, but that's fine. Going into it, yes. Let's call it out. Let's call it out.
Yeah, this makes more sense because you already have, like, this is a strong column on its own because you by default have a 23k attacking column, so you're asking for a defensive, and we have the full Revenger formation here. So this is really big because you have a 23 and a 33 that are swinging on both sides, and this is actually threatening the on-hit. And on top of that, this is the correct attack order, I think, because you go in with the Force column, and then you're going to sack it after you attack with Raging Form. And then with Raging Form's effect, you want to call onto that Force marker again to keep pushing out extra attacks as much as possible. Now, unfortunately, I'm also wondering how many targets are left in the deck, because we saw like double Tartu fly into the damage zone earlier.
Yeah.
So in terms of like grade 2s that are actually callable from deck, I think we're running pretty low. Like, we've seen multiple, like 3 Tartus at least, 2 or 3 Rukias, I think like 2 Dorans or so. So the amount of callable targets is definitely decreasing a fair bit.
Yeah, a secret tech in One Piece plus the Dark Revenger in the comic. But this is just nasty. That Renals are going to wipe out the whole board from Jaime's side. It's just a matter of time until everything else is dwindled down. But again, going into that restanding situation again, we will say that, you know what, it's gonna be rewriting into it. Are we sure that there's a Raging Fall, IE, or Raging Form in hand, ready?
We're gonna have to see. That is also part of the bluff that you can play, and also these on-hits giving extra pressure, because the on-hit grade 1s can find you a Raging off the top, and we're gonna see Commander Jaime committing the extra shield here to try and combat their offensive as much as possible, dropping 2 cards to guard that swing. Raging Form coming in here. Gonna have to boost this to threaten the on-hit with 2 cards left in hand. One of them has to be Raging.
I mean, that's the bluff. You know what? I'm hoping that this is gonna hit, so that you allow me to use Renal so that I can search out. This is a must-gut situation, isn't it?
Yeah, and for Jaime, I mean, plus a lot last turn, but was that plus a bunch of grade 2s? Can you actually guard this attack safely? This is a 41k swing coming in here with the Raging Form, which also means that it is at least a 2-card guard for a 1 to pass. Optimally 3 cards unless you have a PG, and it's going to be the perfect guard that we did see up the drive check earlier, but didn't choose to save that, That's also playing with fire, because if that's the only PG, that second Vanguard swing might be bigger.
I mean, you know what? Just take it. Here you go.
There's a crit.
All right.
The Vanguard swing is now lethal.
You gotta take it.
Judging from the attack order, I'm assuming there is a Raging in hand. A heal comes out as well. That's actually pretty important too, especially in this matchup. The defensive power helps a lot.
I mean, and this is scary. This is scary in itself because you do require that second sentinel.
The retire. We're seeing it. There is a raging form in the hand.
It wasn't a bluff. It wasn't a bluff.
Very nice. I think. Do we have? Are all the raging forms out of rotation now? Because we rode one, we re-rode. This is the third one.
Third one, yeah. This is third.
So there might be one left in deck/hand. But we'll see. Worst case scenario, Raging Fall will also be able to connect the dots. But with this, the Raging Form can Kalmas 1 to call out another attacker onto that double force column. But keep in mind that the Rakia column is the one with the crit pressure on it. So basically, asking for PGs, asking for at least 3 cards to guard with. Musrax also still in heal range as the deck continues to be thinned out.
Yeah, this is dangerous in itself because we might be seeing a potential final raging form from hand.
If you do, it's huge. Like at this point, it doesn't have to be. Like this can be any raging from hand because we do have 3 rear guards lined up. That's all that matters.
That's all we need. That's all we need. Potentially, this is lethal. This is the final attack. Yeah, the final turn attack from Musrax.
That is right. So
thinking about it,
gonna be
big powers from both sides.
One of them has a crit. I think you still swing with Vanguard first here. You can technically try to threaten with the crit column just to get a PG out of hand. Looks like it's gonna be the choice here. 33k swing coming in here.
With double crit.
Oh no, it's 43. 43. The heal power went to this too.
Yeah, I mean, if there's not enough cards to guard in hand, potentially you can actually take it. Hopefully you get like a double heal or at least 1 heal, proccing you, and then another trigger. It's fine, right? Potentially,
let's see what's gonna happen.
Survivability.
The crit Sentinel pushes to 42, missing 5k power here. I was thinking about this too. This is the only way to make this a 2-card guard. It's still the equivalent of a PG in a way.
Yeah. So in itself, I think sacrificing either Adelaide or Pursuit Assault, in this situation.
Yeah, and then after that, you're just praying to not see crits off of Musrax's. Either not see a crit or not see a grade 3 raging.
Coming down again.
Yeah, because there is still... I think it'll depend on the attack order, because if the Doran swings in first, that kind of tells you there's a grade 3 waiting. But that is a self-deny of a heal.
Or again, it's just gonna be a bluff, You know what? But I don't think so. I think the way that Musrax has been attacking and the confidence in the hand shuffling.
Even if there is no raging, this is a good way to bluff that you have it.
Yep.
Gonna take it. Alright, this must be guarded then. 33k raging form.
No guard.
And it's gonna be taken. We see Tar2 into a heal that does not proc, unfortunately. But this is still gonna be confirmed damage going into Jaime. We see the 6 not, and Musrax takes it over Commander Jaime in the feature match for round 5. Excellently played by both players. Very back and forth. I want to see if Musrax shows us his hand at the end of this. I know if there is a raging in there or not.
Is there a raging in hand? Another raging.
Oh, is he gonna show it? I want to see the hand.
Come on.
I want to know if there was a bluff. Oh, was there? I don't think so. I can't tell.
Yeah, I can't tell.
But
maybe it's
there is not. All right. Well, an amazing game between both players. Very well played. Got to show off the strengths of both decks. Raging Form as a very strong aggressive deck that can just keep restanding, accelerating force markers, and of course, just rushing the opponent down in a sense once you get to that grade 3 turn, once you start stacking force markers, and the kind of like tagging in and out of like Raging Form into Raging Fall, so you save the amount of Raging Forms you have for the actual kill turn, is very, very smart. And of course, Commander Jaime also min-maxed with the Thavas turns as much as possible, and honestly, did really, really well. And that was actually the last table of our games for the round 5 as well. So perfect timing.
Perfect timing, yeah. Beautiful.
So yeah, more. Any thoughts after that last game?
Ooh, you know what? Revenge is the way to go. I mean, you know what? Tawas is my boy, but you know what? Let's go with the revenges for this series. Yeah, let's see them at the top table. But still, props to both players. I think in itself, you know what? They showcase the max potential, yeah, that both decks can do. Props to that. But in any case, Chris, yeah. So I think with the last table already being set, we can actually wrap up to go next. What do you think?
That's right. Let's go for a quick break as we get ready for round 6, but don't go anywhere as we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back. We're near the end of the day, right? Last couple of rounds. But you gotta win, right? This is the time when, all the X0s, right? They want to win the next one to get a very, very good shot. And then everyone else, they just need it. There's no other point. No other choice. No other choice. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, right? Who is at the tops? Number 1 right now is Hikawa Skies. Wow. Okay, and the next we got is WCC Suro, Muzrax, Saya, Kelly Beyonce, OG Nut, Bailey K with the 4-1 now, and the Ashrax with the 4-1 too. Swap it over. Let's look at the 9-6. What's happening, Amar?
Oh, okay. We saw Commander Jaime just now. Yeah, still hanging in there, still in the top 16 at number 9. We've got Sabrai at number 10, Azur, Aries, Matoshi, Aya, Kel, and Ling. Yeah, still hanging in there. They gotta win it all. They gotta win it all, man. This is it. Make or break. Just a couple more rounds left.
Exactly. All right, we're gonna speedrun this to the deck review as well. It looks like the players are nearly ready, but we need to look at the decks. Now the deck review is back, right? We're gonna take a peek. And all right, with the Hikawa Skies here though, bit of a big deck. It's a Highlander deck. It's not those Highlander decks where it's like, yeah, I play a bit of Highlander and then others. No, this is this actual Highlander.
Pure Highlander.
Pure Highlander. So basically, one of the good cards, you pump it in. That's it. Let's take a look at who Hikawa is fighting. This
my harem
Hikawa is first place right now. It's first place for Highlander, right? So OG Nut. Ooh. Got a Thavis. We saw Thavis just then.
I like that name. Gurgit was mid.
Wow. Yeah, we got Thavis. We got the Adelaides. This one has way more Adelaides. 4 Adelaides, right? Compared to Commander Jaime's list. This one's also running some Penguins. And, this should be a good matchup. We get to see the Reindeer versus the Thavis, right? So let's go to the match and look at this fight between the two blue crew. Yeah?
The Megalanica.
literally AO is just gold and Megalanica. But I think Megalanica has just like hung around for like so long. It's been years since Yeah, since Megalanica Nation pretty much is AO region, right?
Yeah, that's true, right? We only had that for Prisms, yeah, for the longest while. And we're still seeing it now. That's a V assist. Yeah. That's the assist coming in.
From Hikawa's. This is going fast. But got the Lieselot. Opening Lieselot's pretty good, I have to say. It's like one of the best openers.
Lieselot in hand, gonna be riding that Setna. I think it's not bad, it's still okay, survivable. You're going first. It's not the end of the world yet.
Yeah. And at least he got it. It feels
at least he got it. All right, so now this is crucial because in the Highlander build, and I'm not sure, but I think that was the Sentinel.
PG. Yeah, a PG.
Yeah, that's a Sentinel.
In this matchup, you might not need that Sentinel as much.
Not so much, but you do know that the Lambros is hitting like truck, and whatever that's being stood by that Lambros is gonna hit, like a mega truck.
Yeah, but we got a good Sedna hit right there, getting the Kutia. Literally the best hit,
The only one that you need right now, yeah. I'm liking this. Reindeer build Hikawa Skies. I'm not. I don't think we've seen them at any of the previous tournaments before. Yes.
It's a name that I know. I've seen.
Okay.
Lisa lot on can't really see that one.
Pretty
on
sure.
a
Yeah.
something, but it's not a trigger, right? As long as it's not a trigger,
No.
it's good.
I think that's a Manon, right? Is that a Manon?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, the background's blue, so you know what that. that's the only clue I got right here, Kai.
Yeah, I mean we gotta.
I mean, there's so many things that it could be.
There's too
right?
many cards.
There's
indeed.
too many cards. All right,
Yeah.
let's just assume that that's a good card that's being called out. Yeah.
I think it is a Manon. I think it is a Manon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get chat to take a look at it.
Mhm.
See if they
Yeah.
agree.
And
That's
it's not
good.
bad.
That's like, see, we
That's
bring
not
it up right on the screen. I think it matches. Like,
Mhm.
with our
It matches.
technology right now,
With
there
our
it is.
technology, our VR technology right now, we're seeing that it does look the same.
I mean, that's actually a pretty good card to be honest, because next turn you can attack with that and bounce the Lieslot back to hand, and then get more value Lieslots. But you
Yeah,
could
that-
save that, and then get like bounce a Katia back to hand.
Any of the choices right now, that's the thing about Highlander, yeah? So volatile but so versatile at the same time. You can't really tell. Alright. But yeah, that's the thing as well, because the danger of running the Highlander build is that when you run one piece of everything, when they go to the damage zone, yeah, that's sayonara. That's goodbye. That's goodbye for that
Oh,
combo.
look how aggressive he's playing this.
I mean, he can afford to.
That's right.
But
Lieslot
imagine
going in.
Yeah, imagine swinging with Vanguard after and then proccing a heal trigger. It's kind of sad, isn't it? A sad heal. I mean, for Nut in itself, I think one heal guardian can save him right here, right?
Yeah, these no. Well, the Manon can get bigger.
Going at 20.
I feel like if he's doing this,
Mhm.
then he's gonna do the bounce. 20.
The bounce was 20. Yep. Just thinking that's a Tavas there going to damage zone. Alright, then no pass. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, he chose not to guard.
Ooh,
There we go.
hit
See,
down.
I told you that's something that can be expected. Imagine had he hit with the Vanguard first.
Yeah.
That would have been a sad heal.
Now here's the thing, though, right? Is if Nut rides up,
Mhm.
pretty good. Carl's, if you're Carl right now, you want like 10k, pretty good. He has to commit that in the back row. If he really wants to push, he has to devote a lot of cards down. Is that a Pursuit Assault? I think that's a Pursuit Assault. Getting that Pursuit Assault already. It's very
Yeah.
nice. Very
That's
nice.
just showing. You know what? Yeah.
Carl
I'm
can
gonna
take
kiss
it. Goes for the dirt. Oh, a
The
heal
heal?
comes out on this side as well.
Okay. You know what? You're set for the next turn. You're in a comfortable position here, buddy. That's
Going
Let's
back
take
to
that damage.
Heal City. Seeing that.
Heal City. Yeah.
Heal City. But Hikawa gets the first ride up to the Reindeer. Very cool. Very good card to ride into. Is able to start establishing a bunch of force markers this turn. Kutia coming in, grabbing anything.
Anything. Yeah. This is just
Basically
about
anything.
anything that he wants. Oh, that's
Gets
the aqua.
Gets the
I mean,
aqua. Right?
That's the choice target, right? That's the choice target that you're looking for
Exactly.
with Gutier.
That's right. He's not running any greedy cards. This isn't one of those I run two of some card kind of Highlander. This is actually pure Highlander, right? And
One,
giving
one,
that
one, one.
copy. Yeah, actually the one copy of Aqua. The Aqua will be able to bounce. Kutia can then get anything again. Lots of value, right? And now the cool thing is that the Manon is still on the board, right? So the Manon can bounce the Kutia, get a bunch of power, right? And after that, here's the Aqua. Very
here's
nice
the
Aqua.
So goodbye Manon. Goodbye Manon combo.
Oh no, you can definitely still do the Manon combo.
Yeah.
Because like Reindeer doesn't require any CB as well. That's the beauty of Reindeer. You can't deny it.
Just discard 2, yeah. Just discard
yeah, they can only deny themselves by writing.
Yeah, they can only deny themselves. I like that. Ooh, but I have seen players actually riding up to the Heel Guardian, yeah? That has happened before.
I think they can basically write anything, you know?
Yep. Great trees, yeah, but the only choice is that, yeah. Preferably Anj. You know what? The preferable target would be Anj.
I mean, they could even ride
grade
down
4.
They can ride a grade 0 if they want. I mean, won't do anything, but
won't do anything.
They're pretty weak, but they could. It's not like they can't.
They could, yeah. I just want to show you. You know what? I don't have to, but I want to.
Yeah. So big turn for Ikawa here. It's actually like very nice that Nut was able to heal that turn. Gets the Heal Guardian to hand. Heal Guardian does like block the Vanguard attack pretty well. Actually decides not to go with the Manon play. Interesting. Just goes for the normal Aqua play. Is he planning to save the counterblast for something?
Yeah, maybe there is, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of bouncing and superior calling going around with Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, but something in his hand might be like a super surprise. You know what? You're not expecting it, and you least expect it is there.
Maybe he's just going to do like Ria Van Ria play instead, which is because there are different ways to go about it. You can go like Ria, then the Vanguard attack. Here comes the Heal Guard already. This is actually not a great Heal Guard because this is the Carlson is at 19. That's 23. So he's actually going Ria. And this one is still hitting. This is like a 21.
Yeah, I mean, I think the timing for a Heal Guardian there might be questionable.
Yeah, it's not the best Heal Guardian, but really depends. Like, is there any other better time? First check a Lupina. Lupina was a great target to go into.
But there's only one piece, so that means that we're not going to be seeing that Lupina.
Yeah, goes for the Finesse first. And then discards 2, discards the Lupina. There's a Clasina. We're looking for a value. We're looking for some value. 5, 6, 7. Tier was not bad. 8, 9. Oh, that's 10. I think that's 10.
That's 10. Yeah, that's 10. That's
okay, so Tira is probably the best choice. Tira or like Clasina could be the best choice. But no grade 4. Goes for the Tira.
Still not bad. I mean, still not bad. It's kind of okay considering what Hikawa showcased just now. Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Tira should come down, be relatively massive, right? Gets to bounce things, so it gets to bounce his whole board, which is very cool.
Yeah.
Gets 15k as well on top of that. It's like a 28. And then actually. It's one of the best hits because you get to restand with this. The second attack will be like no drive though because you get a -1 drive from Reindeer. But this is pretty strong.
Yeah, see, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, it's fine.
That is crazy. That is a 23, 48. Tira gets a trigger. No trigger on the second. This is a crit. You can see as the CB1, you can discard one to restand that.
That's the counterblast. That was the counterblast that he was saving for. You know what? The man saw the future.
That's right. And I just want to point out that Coral Salt is 29k currently. Got 1 trigger and then the Heal Guard, right? So quite strong against a 48 Tira. Needs at least 2 cards to guard. No drive, but 2 cards to guard this crit.
2 cards to guard.
And 2 cards to guard this early is very painful, especially when Nut has dropped. He's actually gonna take it. He's going to 5.
There was no plus side in taking that at all. There's no triggers. Labros is now stuck in the damage zone. This is looking pretty bad.
Hikawa having 3 force markers now just from that one turn. Next turn, he's got 4 damage to basically play with right now. Can just take 4. Pretty good when you're up against Aquaforce and Excel clans in general. They do many attacks, but then you can take many damages. So it's a nice little equation right there. Yeah. And
but
right now,
this Nerissa. I just saw a Nerissa behind the Vanguard. That's
it's been hanging out there for a while.
Right.
Assault as well. He's gonna at least get them draws. Since he's committed so many cards, he has to be very careful. Does he have enough to go into the Lambros?
I mean, technically there is a possibility, but how many cards?
Okay.
You know what?
This is a big Pursuit Assault, a huge Pursuit Assault. Resting 2 Narissas in the back, this draw will be big. Will determine what will happen next, right?
Can't even stand them. There's not enough soul to go around.
He's getting the one stand. One stand. Here we go. I think it should be fine because you still have the Thavas and the Penguin.
Yeah. You know, it's not all. Anyway, I think I saw an Adelaide in the hand as well.
Oh, if he's got an Adelaide, he's ready to go. Yeah.
It's an Adelaide, and I think there's another Penguin there too.
There it is. So there's the 4, right? It's Penguin, Adelaide, and then Lambros. No, Thavas can retire.
I mean, that's the only position you should be thinking of. Adelaide in the Excel circle, yeah, making that nice round number, yeah, to overcome the force marker.
Yeah, you can also rest like the Penguin to give the 5k. Oh, you need to think about this very carefully. Very careful think.
Very careful think. You know what? Highlighting this, he still hasn't used Tavas's ability yet too, so I think getting 4 shouldn't be a problem now that he has Adelaide in hand. Yeah, okay. You know what? That's the only course of action you should be thinking for.
Adelaide to the side. Oh, actually just resting. Gonna rest these 2 for the Adelaides.
I mean,
it's gonna rest the Nerissa. Okay, there we go.
There's still the problem of soul charge though. I mean, he doesn't have soul. How does he plan to use Lambros?
I don't think he can soul blast it out.
Soul blast it out. and that's like an automatic lose, right?
Well, he's gonna lose anyway if he does it with this turn in a way, right?
Yeah.
So you might as well self-destruct.
Self-destruct. Only way to go. You know what? Go out with a bang. Yeah, I'm at 5. You're at 1. Let's make this a show.
That's right. I think he's going all in. Otherwise, he just doesn't use it. You don't have to use it.
which makes me question again on using that Nerissa. I mean, sure, you get that extra 10k, but was it worth it though?
It's a bit iffy. It's a bit iffy. But if not is actually just gonna go all in here, yes. You might as well do it, right?
All right, you know what? Yeah, I'm banking on it. Please, just soul blast your grade 3.
I mean, technically, can't he soul blast the grade 3 out, and then the Nerissa goes in, right? And then he can ride a Nerissa.
All right, a Nerissa instead. Yeah, you know what?
Be a bit rough, but I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, just take whatever that's left. I mean, all right, what's going on here? All right, Lambros is anything on the side.
This is like take it.
Take it, yeah, just take it.
Oh, I think Nut is actually gonna soul blast the grade.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we're seeing a grade 1 ride against a Highlander, yeah, against a reindeer no less. That reindeer can just, you know what, for flex, he can actually just ride a trainer.
Actually, just taking it.
Yeah, why not, right?
Oh. Okay, he comes the soul blast.
Here comes the slow blast. There we go.
No soul left to ride back down on. It's a PG.
PG, okay, that's set.
PG a crit as well. Here it comes.
Oh no Adelaide.
I think he's
Adelaide?
I think he just
forgot, right?
The scoop phase right now.
I think
here comes the Nerissa. There we go.
I mean, he can still draw from another Nerissa, right?
No, he already drew. So he drew twice.
Oh.
But now he's on the grade 1. Unfortunately, it might sound like a super big brain play because now your heal guardians are active, but you can't. Because heal guardians are only active when you have not ridden a grade 3. So this is actually just, you don't have Rolux in V, so this is actually just an infinite neg. But there's not much you can do. That just takes it. Yeah, it was. He had to try and go for it. Try and go for that one shot from low damage because the pressure that Hikawa was just doing that one turn absolutely decimated his hand, and that was basically it. Right, the hand was gone. And there's basically no hope after this. It wasn't like, in a weird world where his hand was just full of coral assaults and Narissa's and his pursuit assault would just draw more coral assaults, he might have had some semblance of a chance to live the next turn from Hikawa. But you're facing down at least 4 Vanguard attacks. Well, not 4 attacks. 2 of them likely from the Vanguard with like 4 force markers. That's kind of scaling is very, very hard. It's not something you can really overcome when you just kind of lost your whole hand from that first turn. Then you're just gonna pretty much lose more. Like, you just have no recovery after that.
Well, I mean,
so
in this case, hard, right? Man. It's hard. It's a hard game to watch because you know what, I was rooting for the Aqua Force. I mean, come on, you know what? Second ship, and they might be doing something there.
Yeah,
but still, you know what?
That tour ride. That was like the actual perfect ride, you know.
Yeah, it was
getting that crit on the restand. Even if the second restand was not like drive checking anything, but the numbers were perfect. The numbers lined up, you know. You had to just discard so much hand, just like try and live, and you couldn't. You just didn't have the hand to guard it, so you just had to take it, go straight to 5. That was very, very cool. Very cool.
I mean, it was very sad, devastating even. In a case where you're seeing that the mermaids have turned to sirens, and then you know what, the ship was sinking. I mean, the ship was sinking, buddy. That's all I can say. But still, wonderful game. You can see why Hikawa is currently standing at the apex, at the apex of the ranking ladder, no doubt there, I think.
That's right. It just comes to show that, you know, that like, even though Prism got hit, there's a lot of different decks that people are playing. People taking the Highlander, people taking Anj, and they're all very, very potent, even in this field where everyone is thinking the Gurgit is the deck to beat. Still a lot of the Bermuda, at least the Bermuda clans, even the Aqua Force is showing up very, very well. Keep in mind, although not lost, he was also undefeated. He's now in the X1 bracket, so there's still has a good chance going to like the later rounds, right?
Yeah,
that's right. So you all don't want to miss this. All right, last few rounds left. This is getting tight. All right, very tight. Last few rounds. Stay tuned for the next last few games. Toss to a break.
Two, maybe one or two.
That's right. We'll toss it back to the break. Be right back. All right.
Welcome back for yet another round of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We're now in round 7, just 2 left. We're almost there at the end of the day, and now this is where the nerves are highest, Kai, for the players trying to make it in, right?
That's right. And, you know, when the stakes are high, the games are usually pretty good because you got to play perfectly, right?
Yes.
Perfectly.
Flawlessly.
That's right. Now, let's take a look at who has been topping. We'll look at what has been topping later, but who in the top tables.
Yes, let's take a look at our undefeated players, which are becoming less and less as we proceed through the tournament. All we have left is Suo. Musrak still going strong with Revengers. Suo is running Thabas apparently, from what I've been told, right? And then we have Hikawa Skies, also undefeated. And then looking into the X1s, we have Kelly Beyonce, Bailey K, OG Nut, Saya, and Ashrax. Or is it Ashrak? And X1.
Then we got Commander Jaime in 9th place, Aries, WCZ Kel, Sabrier, Leash, Bow Wow, Trunky 9, and Juniper Jasmine. Right, all of them still have a shot to make it into the top cut, but again, they gotta keep on winning, and they can't stop winning. right? Now
That's
we got a nice looking matchup for you guys now. We're gonna jump to that deck and take a look at what these two players will bring. They gotta win. They gotta win. And we have Sabrier here with the Grand Blue, the first Grand Blue we've seen this entire day. Chris, you're a Grand Blue.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, you love Grand Blue. What do you think of it?
That's right. We have the two sides of the coin. You have my side of the coin where you go 5-0 in Swiss with Nairos in V-Premium, but then you don't top because your teammates don't go 5-0. And then you have Kai, who G-assists every day, wakes up G-assists, goes to bed G-assists, eats lunch G-assists, you know. So it's going to be a great time. But Sabri, running Nairos, runs the one of Ghoul Dragon, which is a new, interesting little tech. You know, just to have that kind of ability to field control a little bit, because of course you can actually pop something on the opponent's board without needing to hit or anything. It's just on attack Vanguard, so +1, you know, clear something of your own board, which is nice. You can get rid of like a lingering Beatrice or something, or a navigator that you don't need anymore, and things like that, and fill up that drop zone for the Skull Dragon, and also clear something off from your opponent's board, which is definitely very nice. And everything else is pretty standard overall about this list. Choosing to also run 4 of the Sea Strolling and no copies of the Tommy, which I think Tommy's been a very sought after card as of late, because it can fetch you heal guards, it can find you your Night Roses, your, you know, mill your Beatrices, your Skull Dragons. So choosing not to play any of the Tommies and instead going with the Sea Strolling game plan. But let's take a look what we're playing against on the opposing side here. Against Sabri will be Ares with Gurgwit. So it's going to be the meta of the meta. And this is a very tried and true and tested list that we've been seeing time and time again, and actually running Rainbow Triggers, Kai.
That's right. You know, when people can see your lists, you want them to feel the fear, right? You don't want them to feel happy. They're at home, they're relaxed, and they see criticals in your list. Ooh, that's scary. That's scary, right? So should be very interesting. Let's see how Sabrier can take care of the Gold Paladin meta players, right? And see if that the new techs that he's put in Grand Blue can take him on, or will Ares just crit them through, right? Let's jump to the game. I think we're ready to watch some insane action. Again,
that is right.
Both of these players from Canada as well. This is a Canada mirror match.
That's right. The Canadian Showdown. The Canadian Cup.
And let's see who starts. Right.
Yeah, we have the imposter Night Rose sleeves and the real Night Rose sleeves.
Wow. And we have the Gold Paladin going first.
That's huge. Time and time again, Gurgwit taking first is always very, very big. And for Night Rose, it's like, I'm curious to see whether Sabri's game plan is to go on the aggressive from the very start and, you know, kind of like push with Skull Dragons and try to make as much damage as possible, because this matchup is perfectly winnable for Night Rose. Like, in my experience, even if they hit the Percival on the first grade 3 turn, you basically have to skip the grinding turn where you're basically just, you know, going through ghost ships and sea strollings and like farming, and just go as offensive as possible and aggressive as possible from your turn 3 already, and then try to finish it off on turn 4 before they actually get to set up the triple axle.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to if they open with like the navigators and things like that to set up the giant drop zone. It'll be very like pushing early on is perfectly like capable as like a Grand Blue player. You can definitely do it. It's not hard at all. The real question is like, what is Ares' response? Are they gonna just ride the Gurgit? Are they gonna play greedy and not ride the Gurgit? It'll be very interesting. There's a navigator already, and this just underswing is not a good start though.
And it's gonna hit too.
Yeah, so the hitting is fine, but you know, you kind of want to see like a more development, right? Usually you want to go, okay, let's ride a cool grade 1, then get the navigator somewhere down there and start milling immediately, right?
Yeah, like Sea Strolling, you know, you're running 4 Sea Strollings for a reason, but unfortunately, Sabri not finding them. We have to use the Sea Strolling for some plus instead once it is picked up.
And now we're going to see the Aglavale come down, and let's see a top check. What is Ares going to call it? Ooh, a Gorbaduck is not bad. That still hits. Very aggressive already. And Ares could even drop another card out. Like another Aglavale would be pretty cool. But just an AK is a fine swing. AK swing in quick. That's not a quick shield, actually.
That is a bone, I think, being discarded there. We found a Jeffrey, and then first damage. It looks like a crit there. So we're on 1-1 in terms of damage here.
That's fine.
Pretty good spot.
Right, the ghost ship. Oh, no column.
Just swing pass.
Ooh, this
Good lord.
I don't know. We're talking about that early game rush. This feels more like an early game not rush. You know, just a
this
very
is
conservative early game.
an early game sit and watch is what this is turning into. We're gonna swing into rear, gets the crit, but let's see if damage to 9 there was worth it. Pushing to 3 there would have been really big if the crit had gone face, because then you just basically go find a navigator, mill, and then start pushing as much as possible.
That's like the crit early there would have been basically buys Sabrier another turn, right? Because 3 damage, that is entering that kill range, you know. But now that, you know, no crit, okay, it kind of saves you from like the Percival power up, but you're gonna eventually deal damage to Ares, and if Ares has the Percival, he has the Percival. You know, next turn is just gonna go into a 3XL and time to go, right? So it's it would have been nice to get the crit, but if Sabrier's hand is just that bad, it's like not ready. You don't have the heal guardian. You're not ready to like guard. Just get that 10k, right? That's just playing very, very carefully. And Ares here also just playing very conservatively as well. Just, you know, very, very little committals. Sagramore probably just call something down and then just kind of go. Or maybe not. It's got a Dindrain. Dindrain's good. And Dindrain is going for the counter charge. So again, if he's got it, he's got it.
Do we see it? The 1 CB to change the world there. Oh, nope, got baited.
Ares needs the Percival now. If he does the top 5 check, he'll need to hit like the Dindrain Percival combo.
Into the Percival, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not a Percival either, so it looks like we're going to be swinging with Vanguard and trying to see what we can find.
So it looks like it's just Ares going, it doesn't matter if you damage him, I'm just going to go in. It's time to go face.
Face is going to be the place here. Swinging unboosted, kind of implying that that a field will be opened up for
and
the Gurgit call.
All of these columns are hitting nice numbers, right? This 12k, what are you going to do? Are you going to heal guard my 12k? I don't know, that seems very low value, right? But then the card that comes out after this will be boosted by a 13k. And then like the Aglavel's going to suck in here, the Sagramore, and this is hitting 24. So that's really annoying. That's like a take. So he's going to take that. And then even the Perrymore line's like hitting 19. So if a heal guard comes out at some point, that is still hitting. Or just like 1 trigger. So let's look at the top 5 from Ares' side. What is he hitting? Right? Does he get the super combo? We see a Max Slash. Max Slash is not bad.
Yeah, it's not exactly the counter charge, but not a Percival either.
I think
but it is a solid attacker.
Yeah. Oh, the Max Slash. That's a 25 line. And then a Jeffrey. That is like a 13, 18. So the weakest side, but you know, it's still. And he comes.
Well, that's a good timing for heal guard.
Yes, this is a good timing for heal guard. But remember, you know, is this a 2 to pass or is it?
Goes to 1934, so it's 2, I think.
Oh, that's a bad number. That's a bad.
Oh yeah, but this is a rainbow Gurgit. This is not pure front Gurgit.
But you know, rainbow, right? Oh, there's one
trigger. Draw, not a front.
Oh,
very important.
Gonna play it safe. Second check. Oh, it is a double check.
Does not go off though.
This is a painful turn. Oh, doubles. Oh, well, no, you just add make sure the powers are correct. So
yeah, with
power on the third.
Yep, that's another effect power, not the trigger. The trigger is being calculated.
Still thinking about the power.
Let's see it.
Want to make sure it's maximum damage. Okay, this side plus 10. Okay, so we've got this is 25.
Swangin'.
This is 10k shield, and then Jeffrey's side is like 23. So it's okay. That's another 15k shield, and then the Paramore side is big. It's like 29. That's a big shield. We do know there's a 20k. Ooh.
That was another heal guard.
Ooh, interesting.
All right, so think gonna take this one. Go to 3. Oh, there's 2 skull dragons in the damage zone. That's not good.
That is extra bad. But okay, he can. Okay, so that's actually really bad, actually. Because
that's horrible.
All the heals are gone, right?
The heals are out. There's no way to cycle those back in unless you find it. Nairo's ride. Put a Nairo's down. Getting to protect this hand. Sabri just looks like they bricked this game. Like, there's been nothing going on the first couple turns. A bunch of heal guards, a bunch of Nairos in hand. Don't tell me it's just it just attacked. This is beyond a brick. This is a whole castle. This is a whole building.
Look at
that's painful to watch.
Actual pain. Actual pain.
There's no tutoring, no column bar, no greed shade, no navigator, nothing.
Oh, there's the
Damien doesn't even do much.
Beatrice.
Like Beatrice also doesn't help to tutor much. I feel like these swings just. I feel like all of these attacks could have gone rear, but I think Naira was just a Vanguard for the revive.
But the cards you're reviving are just solar value. Is there even a point?
Yeah.
I feel like you don't actually have to. You don't have to attack a Vanguard for the effect. Actually, just double check on Nairos. But I agree. All of these attacks I think should have gone to the rear, because the next turn, I feel like Sabre might have just kind of given up. But like, go rear. Don't give CB. You know, next turn is gonna be like another Gurgit maybe comes down, and you'll be like, oh okay, there it is, right? But now you've opened it up for the Percival, which is like an infinite loss right there.
Yeah, like this is just. I mean, as someone in the chat said, unfortunately for Sabri, this is a Sadbree game.
Very, very, unfortunate.
But at this point, Aris gonna have to try and just push through somehow. And make the most that they can do to finish this game. You know, even though it's unfortunate to see your opponent brick, it's still a high-stakes tournament. You're trying to get to top 8. And even if you see your opponent's not having a fortunate game, you still want that win.
That's right.
You're going to take it regardless of the situation.
This is going to be a very, very easy turn for Ares. The Aglavale can push now as well to force another damage. The Max Slash can call the Aglavale, etc. And then, you know, you still got 2 more attacks from your Gurgit. Everything's getting a +10 buff, but it's fine because you're against a Protect deck, and you all have the same power lines. That is not a trigger as well, so it's just extra good for Ares. It's just time to go clinical, you know. Bounces back, and then Vanguard can swing in here. All right, top 5 check. Maybe get a Percival as well from this. This is like extra winning. Sabre already committing a Protect.
Yeah, before the skill resolves. Let's see. Is there Percival in there just to add insult to injury at this point?
Yeah. The Percival would be just ultimate GG. But a
Wonder Hazel, oh my.
Double Wonder.
You can reset a column.
Yeah. There's like 2 ways you could have done that. Is like, you know, you could have Max Slashed first and then just not care if the Percival like is revealed in the top 5, right? Because you know your opponent's in such a bad position. But like for example, if you attacked with a Max Slash here, that would have been like ultra GG. But we have the double backslash.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the CV to do double, right? So,
now it does.
Now it is. It's all right. We got it. With the counter charge.
Get that in there. Get the offensive going.
And this is why this engine is just so easy, right? Like, sure you can damage an eye, but there are ways to still like counter charge. The heal as well doesn't go
not
off.
effective though. We are at 4 to 3 damage here.
Look at these columns. Everything is hitting like. Oof.
And the front. Insult to injury. The one of Jesse flying away too.
No triggers.
They see the 6 damage heal. It's
actually
so bittersweet.
The last heal in the deck.
Skull Dragon actually healed out. It exists. Maybe this is Sabri's deck telling Sabri to keep fighting. Don't give up yet. There's still hope.
I don't think there's much hope, actually.
Chance.
Everything is so massive. Like, just that Wonder Rezzle, this Wonder Rezzle is like huge. You know? It's,
I mean, this was 24. The next one is going to be 34.
It's actually 34 because you have to include the front.
Oh god, yeah, you're right. Oh my lord. It's too much.
The Max Slash is going to call an Aglavale. That Aglavale is going to be 34k as well. Right? This Max Slash as well is like 70. It's like 40. It's 40.
Yep, don't forget CB for it.
You didn't even have to try for the 40, and there it is. There's a trick. Nothing going right for Sabri there. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. It was went from Heel City to pretty much Brick City in one game, right?
Unfortunately, that's really sad to see. The deck just not working out. The deck just not really doing what it needs to do. Like finding any other grade 1 on that first turn might have saved everything, because then at least you could have called a Navigator and then done something with it. But so close, close.
Unfortunately, like, the Navigator is so huge. Sets up that drop zone, lets you get going. But like, Sabre basically drew every single card that does not let him do anything. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
He even revealed that Skull Dragon. Basically, you think about the Grand Blue deck, right? And you go, I have so many ways to set up my drop zone. I have Greed Shades. I have Columbards. I have Navigators. I have grade 1s that do things as well. And you basically don't draw any of them, pretty much.
Yeah.
You basically draw
literally everything that makes the deck work was just not found there. And that's so unfortunate. It's like, and it's one of those decks where it's like, almost every card does something in the deck. And it's just, you happen to find the very few ones that don't.
Yeah,
it just feels bad.
It's a progressive line of drawing into the cards you don't need.
Yeah,
like, basically
honestly.
just don't need. Right. It's like when DI draws every single card that doesn't soul charge.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate when that happens, but it's unfortunately the reality. Like, that can happen, and that game was definitely more on the Kai side. Definitely more in the G assist while in your sleep, G assist in the shower.
That's right.
It's definitely not the pull miracles out of nowhere, go 5-0 kind of game. But hopefully, Mr. Sabri, the last game of Swiss can happen.
Here's the thing: that might as well be a G assist, right? It was actually ultimate Brick City right there. So it's very unfortunate. Sabre does become an X2, which is it's not great, but still has a chance.
There's still hope.
Yep, there's still hope. You gotta play that last round, win that last round, the X2, right? You might be able to slip in. At least get your ranking high, right? You gotta get your ranking high. Make sure you're like, maybe even like, if you end up being like 10th and 9th place, we've had miracles happen in the past, right?
Very important.
That's right. People sleep, and when they do, they sometimes sleep too much.
They sleep too hard.
They sleep too hard.
Competitive sleeping.
That's right. And that also means that some people might miss their top 8s. So you might be able to slip in if you're in a bubbling position. Right?
That's right. I mean, I hate it. Almost feels mean to say this, but Musrax is undefeated, looking to make top 8. And I'm sure he's learned his lesson from last week, but just in case he hasn't, if you come 9th, there's hope, right? But again,
that's right.
Joking. I do have to point that out. We are joking here, but it's like, you never know. Things can happen. Some people also fail deck check in the morning before top 8, and then they have to bring in the 9th player as well. So there's always reasons to be on the lookout if you are on the bubble, like 9th, 10th, 11th, etc. So do keep that in mind.
That's right.
And hopefully you can still do your best, and even X2 still stands a chance. There will be at least some X2s, I think, that will make it in, because right now we had 3 undefeateds. Yeah. So, and even the X1s were starting to dwindle down after 8 rounds. So it's been a good run, and I'm curious to see what our top 8 split is going to look like. And I guess for NA, it's going to be a top 16 split again because there's been there's a lot of players signed up. Like this week again, just like Premium Week, there's been a lot of people signed up.
It's great. All these players are very interested in Vanguard, very hyped, right? This is actually, this is for like tournament that is in between like two major tournaments, right? You had Springfest that just finished, then you got BCS that's coming up. So people are still hyped for like, you know, this middle tournament where everyone. The cool thing is everyone just gets to play each other, right? Like,
yep.
Chris, you're not where I live, right? But I can still play you if I wanted to, and that is what a lot of people really enjoy, right?
Yeah, the miracle of remote fight. It's like you get to play against people you wouldn't get to play against. You get to play against people's perception of the meta that might be different from yours, and you might be playing against a list that's completely different from yours. Even if you play the same deck and you play the mirror match, you might learn something new. Might see a funky little deck that nobody in your local area plays, and you know, get inspired. Share that idea among your locals, and then you know, it picks up in your locals, and then there you go. You change the meta by just playing in BRO. So a lot of things can happen, and that's what makes this event so cool. And again, if you missed out on this week and last week, there is still the standard weekend in 2 weeks' time. Signups are live. Make sure you sign up. Get testing. A lot of really good decks in standard, and the meta is very diverse. So make sure to prepare accordingly. It's not as might not be as straightforward as you might think. Standard does have a lot of cool little intricacies and things you got to think about. So I'm excited to get into that. And of course for V as well, I feel like we have quite a few surprise decks. Suo feels like almost confirmed top 8 already with that Tavas. And Tavas has been picking up waves a little bit here and there. But definitely making a bigger splash than expected.
Wow, those puns are very
pretty good.
Yeah, you'd make top cut if there was a top cut.
Oh man, damn! Next time. I had to have the wrong tournament.
But yes, I think very excited. Actually, very excited to see some of these top 8 shaping up as well. I think we were expecting basically like 8 Gurgits, right? Maybe 1 non-Gurgit. This is looking to be like lots of blue clans, maybe a bit of Gurgit, right? A bit of Sun. And then something to come up in the end, right? So basically 1 round left, and I guess the takeaway for this discussion that we just had is, if you're a good player, invest in a good alarm clock, right? It'll help you out.
100%.
Not just if you're a diligent student or a diligent a salary man, right? Good clock, right?
That's right. Yeah. It's always good to have, and make sure, you know, if you're playing as Gurgit, make sure to have a sunscreen, some shades, a nice little golden party hat, and you know, turn the blinds down a little bit. As you can see, Gurgit's kind of rampaging a little bit too hard outside.
Yeah.
I had to turn the blinds down, so that's always good to keep in mind. But jokes aside, we are now past round 7, and you know, still waiting for a couple more games to finish up. But we still have one more round of Swiss where we will finally know after that round who will be making it into top cut and who will sadly be on the bubble and missing it just a little bit. But even if you're going like, you know, 0-6 into this round, it's good to get the experience, good to play it out, and you know, good to play against people you never would have played against. Or if you play or you live in an area where there's no big local scene, or you're just kind of like stuck in the middle of nowhere, but you love the game, you know, and you play remote, this is your chance to meet as many different people from many different locations as possible. And you might even meet someone that lives close by and be able to start a brand new community all on your own, in your own residence too, which is very important, right? Very important.
Yep. And starting, you know, you have online, you have locals, lots of different places to play, different metas, and I think it's just, you can learn from both sides, and overall have that mindset to get better at the game. So that's pretty much it. I think we're gonna go to a break shortly, soon, but we'll be right back for the final round of Swiss.
See you guys there. Welcome back for the last round of Swiss for BRO 2022 V-Premium in the AO region. I think Europe is just starting to wake up and should be starting up pretty soon as well. So there's going to be more BRO action in that region for you guys after you're done watching ours. But, Amar, we have the last round here. And after that, we get to announce the top cut for who will be making it into day 2 and who will be sadly missing out. How are we feeling at the end of the day?
Well, we've seen a lot of surprises coming in, yeah, and of course the Highlanders seeming to be steamrolling their way, yeah, up to top. But what I like, Chris, is that we're seeing kind of like a mixed variety as well. Yeah, we're seeing the top 16 scoreboard right now. The players are currently in. They're bringing in their own spicy tech. We're not really seeing like it's not like the Gurgen time steamrolling session. Yeah, it's not. It's
I
no
mean,
longer like
there's still a chance for the Gurgs to get to gurgle over the leaderboard. Let's take a look at what the scoreboard actually looks like and what players we have right now in the top cut. So Suho is the only undefeated player. Suho is actually running Lambros, Savas. So this is actually Aquaforce, not Gurgwit. Mustrax in second so far. Most likely confirmed for top cut with Revengers. Kelly Beyonce, I don't remember what they were playing. Same goes for Saya. Then we have RS, Ikawa Skies, Ash Ranks, as well as Lisk. So I think Lisk is a player that we haven't seen yet on stream. So that'll be pretty interesting to see. And then Amal run us through the remaining X1s and the start of the X2s.
Yeah, so these are the ones that are currently in danger. Yeah, doesn't mean that they don't have a chance, but it means that they have to definitely win this next round. Yeah, the final round. That's it. Tranky 9 at number 9, Lux at number 10, 984 Smurf at number 11. Yeah, and we have Gecko State's Adrian Barber, Bailey K, Sabrai. Yeah, sadly missed the Brick City gaming just now. Yeah, GH Legend 8, and finally OG Nut. Yeah, so these are our top 16, Chris. You know what?
Yes. So Sabri dropped down after that brick game, unfortunately, but still pretty high on the leaderboard. So a win here should be able to push them to the higher end of the potential to get into the top 8. Let's take a look at the decks that we're going to be watching for this last round of Swiss, as these are two players that are X1 fighting for that chance to stay in. We're going to have Trunky 9 with Vanquisher, a deck that we haven't actually been able to see on stream yet today, but a deck that is definitely still very powerful in this meta, especially now with Prisms gone from the equation.
Looking at it itself, I like these spicy tags that they have inside here. Yeah, Book of Strong Arming. There's 3 of that. That's so insane. Yeah, and then of course the normal Dragonic Vanquisher with full Bronto. I'm loving this. I really hope Cranky 9 actually, can make it true. We'd want to see some more Narukamis, at the top leaderboard here.
Yeah, I mean, Narukami is pretty good in Premium itself, and of course in V-Premium, definitely a competitive deck that you can bring to events and expect to do quite well too. And of course, as you said, Book of Strong Arming is a very important card for this deck because it doesn't really use much CB, so you get to just chuck all that into the book and then have a much stronger board to push as well. But let's take a look at who Trunky 9 will be playing against, and it's going to be Ashrak playing with Nightros. So this is, again, we saw Nightros last round as well, but this is only the second time we're seeing it in the stream games. And of course, we see a full-on Heal Guardian lineup, no split heals in this case, and the Grade 1 lineup is also quite different, this time actually playing the Tommy, which is, of course, a card that we've seen some players cut and prioritizing the Sea-Strolling Bench instead. But Sea-Strolling here is just a one-of, which helps you to farm and set up your drop zone in cases where it's actually not looking too good. So I think we've talked about the decks enough. These are both very strong players that are fighting for their chance to make it into the top cut. So let's take a look at the game and see how it's going to go. Who will be the one to rise above them all and make it into the top cut?
So, you know what, let's hope that Ashrak might bring something different here, yeah? That, you know what, the previous ship has sank, this is a different captain on board. Let's hope, that this is actually, the round, that Grand Blue, But in itself, I think it's going to be a bit difficult, The abilities from Narukami is like an almost a natural enemy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit tougher, and we're going to see Trunky here go first. So potential search for either full Bronto to keep the tides going, or trying to find, of course, the base Vanquisher in order to have it. But going to discard it. That kind of tells us what the hand is looking like already.
In itself, for the Narukami side, for Tranky 9's side, I think this is going to be pretty team gaming, I suppose. Leading up is going to be vanilla all the way going to the first Grade 3, right? Shouldn't be anything surprising, or any surprises in store for us. But I wouldn't say the same for Ashrak though. Yeah, we've seen Grand Blue players be pretty aggressive during the Grade 2 turn.
That is correct. I'm gonna see the ride into the bone. And do we see a Navigator in the opening hand? A very important card. Doesn't look like it. It's gonna be a ride and a swing. And we're gonna be... I didn't quite catch what that was.
I think that was a Navigator.
Alright, that's important.
That was a Navigator. You need to start farming that graveyard right there. Yeah, you gotta that discard pile right there. You gotta do that. Yeah, this is pretty tame, pretty solid in itself. You know what? Just save your hand, save your field, and the action is gonna come out when Vanquisher comes to the field.
Correct. As many different ways as there are to call the drop zone, there's also that many different ways for Ashrak to set it up. We do have to ride into the boat, which is fine. A bone and a Navigator. What can we find off the top 5 here? Another Navigator, a Night Rose, Heal Guard, Navigator again, and another Night Rose. I feel like there might not be a Night Rose in the hand.
That is... I don't know what to say about that. Yeah.
Well, but it's fine. Greed Shade gonna discard the Ghost Ship, mill the Jessie out. That's huge, and the Columbard gonna bring that Columbard back into the hand, and now can call out the Columbard and use the one counterblast that was made available from Trunky, swinging in, which can now search out virtually anything, and mill it out, and then we could find a Sea Strolling here and potentially use that to push more aggression, or you can find. You can mill whatever you want here, basically. Then
whatever you
want, milled earlier. Maybe a bone?
Maybe a bone, yeah, definitely. But a ship would be good, yeah.
Ship was already milled from earlier, so I think they only run 2, so this was the last one there. But the Skull Dragon is very important for next turn.
All right, yeah, but the dangers of the Skull Dragon right now, yeah, potentially that could, usually give the early lethal, yeah, for Grand Blue players. Yeah, the ship's being called up. Pretty solid, I have to say. So, you know what? Judging from the gameplay here, choosing not to get the Night Rose from the mill, I think, is it safe to say that actually he already has a Night Rose in hand?
Yeah, I guess that was just spare copies. Gonna use the Jessie's effect in the drop zone to retire 2 and call out for the counter charge. Alright, looks like choosing to overcall it instead, just to have a maximum number of cards in the drop zone for the upcoming turns, which is fine. There's going to be a 9k swing for the Vanguard. The Jessie is 14 and also going to be giving up a counter charge, which is very important because it is a once return effect here. So full Bronto go to damage.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, he's full Bronto. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it's an important piece. Flying away.
The Alpha mission, yeah. The Alpha mission from.
Good defensive.
Pretty good defensive.
Still hits though, but now it's only a 10.
Still hits. Yeah, still hits.
Ooh, has to drop the regular heal, so not actually a heal guard. I didn't notice on the fact that we are seeing split heals. Oh, not even split heals. There's no heal guards.
There's no heal guards. You know what? Choosing for utility. It's not utility. Choosing for the quality of the guard instead. Yeah.
And also just to not have to ride it because of how many grade 3s you run. Just to make sure that you're always riding good cards. Like even if you ride Jagged Shot, you can still use this effect on Vanguard Circle 2. Finds the full Bronto.
Many good choices. Let's get excited. I like that. Yeah.
Very good.
In itself, yeah. Potentially, we're seeing a lot of hits coming in. Narukami, Vanquisher, the thing about them is that you have no idea, what the bot's gonna be. Sometimes a Chatura is gonna come out. Sometimes even the Voltage Rat Dragon, is a potential target as well for big hits.
Yeah, Volta can definitely you basically the thing you have to keep in mind is not to overcommit on your full Bronto enablers because you actually have a surprisingly limited number of them. So the only things that can enable full Bronto mid-battle are your Jaggy, your Rock Climb, and the 2 of Voltic Shred. So if you're already committing 2 and you've seen 1 go to damage, you have to keep 1 for the next turn as well. But they're also your best attackers. So that's kind of the thing with the deck is you retreat to the back row and then you just leave that circle open because you plan to call a Chatura there. So Rock Climb is very important here for next turn again to enable the full Bronto, and the Chain Bolt is also going to be vital. But leaving that front row open also means that you essentially have to now use this Jaggi to, call out the Chatura, because you essentially have to call something out first, because you don't want to waste full Bronto's effect on an empty rearguard circle so that you miss out on the 10k buff.
I mean, this is big. This is superbly big, yeah? So the thing about it is that Grand Blue doesn't really care. I mean, I'm going to guard with all of my units, but you know what? My captain's just going to call it out again. But eventually, that run is going to be pretty dry, don't you think? It's an eventual attacks that are just swinging in and big hits here. Trunky 9 is just farming that hand. Just farming that hand right there.
Yeah, so gonna resolve the effect in order. Being able to solve +1, draw 1, bind the card from hand, and then after the attack has been accounted for, you then use full Bronto to discard 1, and then rewrite, get the Axel 2, to get the draw from that as well, and now full Bronto gives the extra 10k to the front row on top of that. And because that happens mid-battle, for the Voltic Shred, that actually raises its power in the same vein. But in a way it doesn't, because you lose the original Vanquisher's Continuous and replace it with the auto plus 10k from Bronto, so the power does stay the same, but the Vanguard can now reswing with the 22k and a single drive.
Still pretty big. Well, this is a Jaggi shot right there. And a Skull Dragon going into the
important cards. Yeah, we're also seeing that Sea Strolling there. It's 1 of in the deck. It's a way to farm cards, and now it's gone.
It's gone.
Ooh, all the way to 5.
Yep, Sentinel Critical. Ooh, Trunky 9 actually coming in strong here, yeah? Doesn't matter, doesn't really care what's going on. But the next turn, the next turn potentially could be lethal here, Chris. It doesn't matter how many cards Ashrak has in hand, if they are not quality guards, and at the very least at 15k base, it's gonna spell pretty big trouble for Ashrak.
One thing that's really interesting is that Ashrak doesn't actually run the Damien, which is the grade 1 ghosty that tutors out your other ghosties, be it the Jessie or the Beatrice, which means that a pretty important line of play is actually not available to this deck, where if you, let's say, get lucky on your first grade 3 turn or grade 2 turn or whatever, and just like create your opponents like 4 or 5, and at that point, of course, Night Rose is still a very strong turn because you get to still make 5 attacks, like double Skull Dragon, etc., etc. But when your opponent's at 5, you can basically just chip through their hand by riding into Beatrice, and then abusing that with like Skull Dragon, Beatrice effect, make a Jessie, Beatrice effect, make a Damien, then Beatrice effect, make a 0, and then do it again with another line on the other side of the field. So they're much smaller attacks, but they force out way more cards out of the opponent. Whereas with the Skull Dragons, if they're lucky, they just have PGs for days. It's going to be much easier to guard. But looks like here we're going to be going into the Night Rose, and of course from 3 it is important. And of course in the situation the Night Rose is much better than the Beatrice line. But I'm just noticing, looking at the deck list, that there is no Damien, and that line of play is not actually available. So Ashrak going for the farm, which is interesting because this is kind of the a much easier to guard turn than going with 4 Skull Dragon attacks. That basically a Skull Dragon usually ensures that you will be getting the damage in until it's too late.
Oh, that's a pretty big ship, isn't it? Forcing out about
29. Again, it's just 20k shield. The one thing with Vanquisher is that a lot of the hand is just pieces, and you're forcing out pieces and full Bronto enablers, which is important. Losing the rock climb there is also pretty big, because that is the enabler for the full Bronto.
But as long as he has Jaggi shot in hand, I think some way somehow they can make it work. It's totally fine.
Exactly.
But that's the thing. The ship's coming out, Beatrice is coming out. Ashrak is just gonna farm a lot of hand size here. A lot.
Exactly. So this is the farming turn. You see the twin drive, Skull Dragon, Night Rose. Ooh, shield value not looking too good.
No.
A heal that is not effective, but the power is appreciated, turns these into 10k guards.
10k guards. you do not want to see those grade 3s coming in right now. You could potentially use one for a protect, but then you are reliant on only 2 sentinels that you are playing in your deck, yeah? So you are relying on those cards to be used to drop that Skull Dragon.
A lot of pieces flying away from Trinqui's hand.
Yeah.
I feel like we've lost the majority of the attack extenders as well as the enablers. Book of Strong Arming gonna have to make a miracle over here. We do find a Rock Climb, which is pretty vital, but even then, I mean, we got the grade 3s in Soul. You can basically just use Vanquisher's effect to force out the Handbind. But even then, do you want to just like
final
form a board of some sort first and then go in with the book?
I mean, this is the final turn, yeah? This is the final turn for Trinky because there's no other place. Both are sitting at 5 damage. Ashrak's hand looks decent. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's healthy, but it looks decent enough. So now it's just a matter of whether or not Trinky can actually force out the triggers in his hand.
Yeah, and my sincere apologies there. The only valid way of going through this turn is using Vanquisher's skill first, because if you use the book, of course, you Soul Blast out your only grade 3, which does mean that you lose the grade 3 for Vanquisher's proc, and then this now cleanly converts the 3 soul and the 3 damage into a draw 3 and 3 plus in case to the front row. Whether you find full Bronto or not, this power is already substantial enough to be lethal.
My goodness. This isn't fun at all. Ooh, there is a full Bronto. There is. He drew that full Bronto. Lovely.
That is very vital. We'll be able to push out more attacks. Another Jagged Shot has been found too. So in this case, you basically want to, I think, swing with a Rock Climb, or you can swing with a small Jagged Shot, unboosted, and then potentially try to make that into a full Bronto. But basically, swing Vanguard, swing with something that enables full Bronto, and then go from there.
Yep. And if there's a Chatura in hand, that's just another bonus.
Yeah. So essentially, I think the optimal way to go is to push out the Vanguard swing, put triggers around the place, and find more things to tag out of Jaggies and Rock Climbs, and then use the Rock Climb or Jaggy to go into the full Bronto, then draw off that XL2, drive check off of that full Bronto, try to find another extender, and then just extend until you have no more attacks. Actually going to be binding the regular Vanquisher here. Maybe we're out of extenders by now?
I mean, there's still Rock Climb, there's still another Jaggy Shot. I think potentially, yes. I think he is digging for the extender, the attack extender there, slowly but surely. But I think it's fine. Potentially,
there's still a lot of Chaturas being guarded with, which tells me there may be like 1 left, and same goes for the Chain Bolt.
Oh, no. Just took it.
Oh, Ashrak knew that there was no way to survive this entire turn and took the 6 damage off the top, which was the critical trigger. Unfortunately, not a heal. Trinquid is informing that, of course, I had the full Bronto, I had plenty of ways to find more attacks, and just having just enough resources, just enough soul for the Book of Strong Arming, as well as the Handbind, clearly showed to be too much for Ashrak to handle. And it looks like Vanquisher will be making it into the top 8. I mean, all but confirmed at this point.
Yes.
So yeah, a quick game for our feature match round 8, which is nice to see, Vanquisher show up for the first time on stream, and also get all the way up into the top 8. In addition,
like it or not, love it, hate it, the deck in itself runs with multiple attacks, and it's never really been, the way to shine properly with all of rampant so-called meta decks, But Narukami, it's interesting to see decks like Narukami and Aqua Force, they get their time in the spotlight now. They're here. Yeah, they're excited and it's just good. It's just refreshing. It's just refreshing.
It is. Honestly, the Vanquisher game is very clean to watch. The gameplay is overall very smooth, and of course, even I think for their opponent, even for Ashrak, there is a chance they can bubble in. You know, if you're X1 and you drop your game and you're X2 at the end of the Swiss rounds, you probably have the best chances out of everyone because you lost to the person that was borderline undefeated, and if your other loss was to the undefeated player, then even better. And if Suo drops the game this round, then there's no undefeateds, right? But we'll see.
Yeah,
Suo's been going crazy. Like went and won AO for Premium, went undefeated until top 8, then lost in top 8 of EU. And then now trying to do it again this week as well. And then he's been DMing me about the standard meta. He's like, teach me this, teach me that. Explain to me how Nirvana works. You know, and like, what's the meta? What should I play? And then, you know, getting ready for standard as well. Trying to just make the run. Every single region, every single format. Get those tops, collect those medals as the best way to prepare for BCS season, which is very good to see.
We love to see it, and the passion from our players. You know what? If you know that you're good in the game, why not? You know what? This is the platform for you to prove yourselves, yeah, and for everyone else to see, yeah. And what better way to showcase in your royal deck as well? You know what? The Thingsaver's bling bling.
Thingsaver prize card. Even if you don't play royals, like Thingsaver is such an iconic card that it's just a nice thing to put in a little display case. You know, put it up on the shelf. Just stare at it as you go to bed. You know, reflect on your winnings, on your great moments as a player, and how far you've come in this game from your beginning days all the way until topping BRO. It's definitely a great achievement.
Just going to locals and then just playing it at a card shop and then just accidentally dropping it. Oops, you know what? Oh, that's my Champions PR. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. Oh no, I dropped this really cool card from the sickest game ever made.
Yeah. Oh no, the other 7 fell out as well.
Oh no. All my prize cards.
All my prize cards. You know what? That is only if our players here. Yeah. If you manage to get into that champion slot, you know what? The bragging rights is all yours, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. That's what we have here. That's what they are fighting for as well. Yeah. Prestige, pride, and prize. Yeah, all three.
Absolutely. Like it's really everything on the line. And again, I'll repeat it over and over and over again, but you can still sign up for standard if you like what you see. If you're excited watching these players duke it out for the great prizes that we have on offer, then make sure to sign up for the standard weekend. You can find all the details on the official website. And of course, even the MooBot can remind you on where to find Bushiroad, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram even. I heard there's even a Vanguard TikTok these days, right? Ooh. They're with the times. I've never made a TikTok account. Bushiroad is more with the times than me. So with that, we had a pretty exciting last game of Swiss. We still have a few tables left, but it looks like the games are mostly wrapping up. So we're going to go for a short break, but when we come back, we'll have all three of us to tell you who made it into the top 8 and who's going to be here tomorrow to duke it out for the aforementioned prizes. So don't go anywhere. We will see you right after this short break. Welcome back for one last time today, as we are here for the end of the day of BRO 2022 AOV Premium. It's been a pretty quick day, and we were reflecting during the break, saying how when prisms are out of the equation, the overall game length is kind of back to what it used to be, right? Even with the 20 card hands that we see here and there, the fake hands that we saw on stream and whatnot, right, Kai?
That's right. The hands are all real, right? And the hands disappear quicker, and that means the games finish quicker as well. So, pretty cool. It's been a long day still, right? Still 8 rounds is pretty long. After this, there is still other regions as well. So if you're still very into Vanguard, which I assume you are, make sure to be watching the EU and the NA regions. They're pretty massive too. And then we have a top 8 tomorrow as well. So make sure to come back for that. But I think, wouldn't it be nice to kind of see how people did, right?
That's right. I mean, everyone sat here waiting. We had like 200 and plus people just, waiting for us to announce the actual score. So let's take a look at who is looking to be playing tomorrow in the top 8 and who unfortunately just barely didn't make it on our scoreboard here. Let's take a look at who the players that we're going to be watching tomorrow are. We have Suo undefeated with an XO record. Absolutely flawless. And then, of course, the X1s that are Kelly Beyonce, Saya, Leask, Trunky9, Adrian Barber, and then the
Musrax.
two X2s that made it in, which are Musrax and Ashrak. So going to be a very interesting and diverse top 8 as well. You know, we have our fair share of Revengers, of the Thalases, of the Gurgwits, and of course it's going to be all coming down tomorrow to see who actually makes it out, and who, of course, sadly has to bow out at the top 8 stage as well. Now, gentlemen, let's take a look at who were the unlucky few that didn't make it in. But, you know, maybe if somebody doesn't, you know, wake up on time tomorrow, could still stand a chance, right? Could still stand a chance.
Right, that's right. We got Ares, 9th place, Ikawa Skies, who was undefeated at some point and looked very strong.
At the halfway point, he was 4-0.
Yeah. Then we have Lux, WCC Kel, Commander Jaime, Lang, Nut, and Glelt. Legend.
GH Legend 8.
GH Legend 8. Okay, you got it. Yeah. Again, I think the judges will tell, you know, at least Ares and Akawa to show up tomorrow morning, you know, at least. But that is the top 8, and unfortunately, you know, it is what it is. Only 8 players can make it. That's your top 8, right? Do we want to take a look at who they're playing though?
Yeah.
The brackets going?
Let's look at the brackets.
Yeah.
Let's get into it. So, we're going to have Suo go up against Ashrak. That's going to be pretty exciting, of course. Right from the start of the morning, we're going to get that showdown. And then, of course, on the other side of this bracket, we have Leask versus Trunky. So, Vanquisher, you know, that's going to be an interesting matchup. If, for example, Suo and Trunky make it up, it's going to be Thalas versus Vanquisher. A pretty, you know, that's like a matchup where you got to really play down your pieces carefully and see how it's going to go. And Kai, how are we looking for the other side of the bracket?
We've got Kelly Beyonce versus Musrak. This is actually a force matchup. We have the Anj Highlander build versus the Raging build. And then lastly, we got Saya versus Adrian Barber. So I think those two haven't been featured, right? So it'd be very interesting to see what they are bringing to the table. And actually, I think we actually do have the breakdown. Do we want to kind of spoil it, guys? What do you think?
I think we can tell. I mean, we know Fuzzy Paradox is out here with ears wide open, just listening to what the topic is.
Let's spoil it. So we have one Thavis, we have one Vanquisher, we have one Night Rose, we have one Revenger, then we have a pure Anj, and then an Anj Highlander as well. So two Anjes there, and then lastly we have 2 Gurgits.
Only 2 Gurgits.
Ooh. Only 2 Gurgits.
Since when? Since when is AO the diversity region, man? I thought this was supposed to be the region of, like, you know, just the number 1 pick tier deck, and that's it.
That's right. I mean, it's getting the sun. The sun is setting, so, you know, Gurgits might have done well, and then they might have dropped off a bit. So
that's true. The sun is indeed setting.
I have to say it's quite diverse, but it's also rather expected as well. Right? We have the Anjas there, we have the Gurgits, and we have the decks that kind of go well against Gurgit, right? We've seen the Thavises, they do pretty well, right? We have the Revengers from before that just kind of pushes very, very early, and then we got like the tried and true like Night Rose deck that's been doing, you know, good, and then Vanquish is the same thing. The moment it hits 3, it just kind of goes, right? So a lot of these decks do capitalize on Gurgit being weak at a certain point before it becomes unstoppable, and then the rest of the decks are just, you know, kind of decks that, at least, especially the Anjas, decks that they've kind of developed and, you know, are trying out in the meta, and that have worked really well. 2 Anjas in the top cut, right?
Yeah, honestly, like, Anj looking good. Definitely a deck that I think people were kind of bringing as the next thing that, you know, if they can't play Prisms, it's like, well, I guess I'll sleeve up my other Bermuda deck. right? And it's good to see it do well, because I think Anj has been sort of in the background for the longest time. Like, Anj came out at the same time as Prisms, and it was a really strong deck from the get-go. I built it myself too, and I was like, wow, this deck is actually really fun and really good. But Prisms were just always better. They were always stronger and always better performing. But now finally, Anj gets her time in the spotlight for the first time in God knows how long. So it's really cool to see. And yeah, as you said, like, all decks were expected to do well, but Gurgit coming out on top is honestly, you know, it was the expected thing, but I expected like 3 or 4, but only 2. So we'll see if they manage to make it to the finals, or if it's going to be, you know, just the end of the road in top 8. So it's going to be exciting. But before we sign off for the day and pass it on over to the EU side, let's remind you, dear viewers, what these players are playing for tomorrow morning as we get into the action tomorrow at, you know, the same time as today. So let's run down the prizes one last time before we get into it. Here are the prizes. So again, top 4 gets that lovely certificate. You know, you can frame it, hang it up on the wall, and tell the world that you were top 4 at BRO V-Premium. And then, as you get to the top 3, you win yourself a Thingsaver Dragon and the beautiful prize card foiling in a box. And then, of course, the top 2 places. On second, you get 2 copies of the Thingsaver, as well as the box plus the certificate. And first place gets a whole playset of Thingsavers, so you can even play them all in your deck. And that's how it goes, which is very, very exciting. So we're going to see which of our 8 players is going to make it and claim the title of the champion, as well as all of these lovely prizes first thing tomorrow morning.
Yep. I mean, it's such a mix, right? A mix of players, a mix of, you know, clans, mix of
regions.
nationality. Yeah, regions, that's right. So I think it'll be very, very exciting to see. And Amar, what do you think? You've been a bit silent. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, it's a long thought here. Yeah, I mean, the surprise that, you know, we thought that AO region is the Magalanica region. You know what? We're going to be seeing a lot of Bermudas. We're going to be seeing a lot of Aqua Forces. Yeah, Grand Blues. But yeah, surprise, surprise. I mean, Gurgit going up there. You know what? Just kind of stroll in. You know, thinking that, you know what? Yeah, the top 8 belongs to the Gold Paladins. They have to be there. But the surprise, surprise. We got Aqua Force. We got Narukami. We got Shadow Paladins. You know what? They're all coming into the mix and say that, you know what? Hey, you know what? Our main bosses might not be here anymore. You know, we don't have Luart anymore. We don't have Vert anymore. It doesn't mean that we are out of the running just yet. You know what? We want to show to the world. We want to show to you guys, you know what? There are other ways to play around it. And that, you know what? We are top contenders as well. And again, yeah, AO region. I mean, when has AO ever been a diverse region when it comes to the top 8?
I think,
yeah, I mean,
I have to say, there is no Protect clans though in this top 8.
and no Astral Poets.
Yeah, we got 1 Grand Blue. I mean.
Oh wait, actually no.
Yeah, we do have Grand Blue.
Yeah, Grand
but
Blue.
no
Blue
was a surprise to me as well.
Yeah, no Astral Poets was a surprise as well. I thought, you know, the Valkyrion aggro would have made it, but I guess
it's not.
He didn't.
Aquaforce did it better, I guess.
I suppose. And if you're curious about the deck list of the players that made it to the top 8, make sure you tune in first thing tomorrow morning, because we're going to actually go over all the top 8 lists before we get into the games. So make sure you tune in, because that'll be your chance to catch them. And also follow the official Vanguard Twitter, because actually, if you haven't noticed, every time we have a feature match on stream, the official Vanguard Twitter actually posts the deck log links to the deck list. So you can take those ideas, play with them. You know, we've seen a lot of cool decks so far throughout the tournament today, and that's going to continue throughout the EU and NA regions. But with that, I think that's basically all that we have for you guys today. Kai, any words before we sign off?
Stay excited, everyone. Should be very cool tomorrow. But again, can't stress enough. If you like watching Vanguard, there is still more coming right after this in the EU region with other really, really cool casts as well. All right?
That's right. Amar?
Well, all I can say is tomorrow is Gurgen time.
Oh, he said it.
Maybe.
It might just be.
Let's go, baby.
Gonna be an exciting time, that's for sure. But that's gonna be it for us tonight. It's been a great time casting and working with you guys as well. And thank you to all the viewers that have tuned in throughout today. I know that a lot of our NA friends have gone to bed to prepare to play in the event tomorrow as well. Well, tomorrow in their time, today in our time. But it's going to be a hype time, and we're looking forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow morning for the top 8. We hope you enjoy the EU side as well. We're going to pass it over there once they get started. If you want to just have a comfy landing on the EU side, you can just keep this tab open, keep the stream open, and you will be taken right there once they go live and start with their show. But otherwise, that is all that we have for you today. It's been a pleasure casting throughout the Swiss, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.